No, we're all right for a second. I was just giving the hurry up, if that's all right. Thank you, councillors. I open the ordinary council meeting on the 26th of April 2022 at 7:08 p.m. Councillors, I'll just begin with the prayer. Tonight, Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen. I'll now read the acknowledgement of country. I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast as being the traditional owners of the land. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past and present, as well as to any Aboriginal people in attendance this evening. Councillors, before we begin, please be seated, that's all right. I would just like to acknowledge when you came in that we were proudly displaying 3 banners in the foyer relating to the Anzac nurses for Anzac Day, which was yesterday. Little Bay, where we're meeting, is home, as many would know, to the Prince Henry Nursing and Hospital Museum, and the banners depict the beginning of the Coast Hospital and nurses on and off duty, and nurses as well went to World War I and served. 82 nurses left the Coast Hospital to serve in the First World War. On behalf of Council, I would like to acknowledge the nurses and the staff of the Coast Hospital and the Prince Henry Hospital who served their country during the war. The Coast Chapel is the only war memorial to nurses outside of Canberra, and it was built by nurses at the Prince Henry Hospital in recognition to the services that they gave. Thank you very much to the Nurses Museum for loaning us these banners and for the opportunity to acknowledge their efforts and recognise the history of this place which we are meeting in. So thank you very much, councillors. I encourage you all to take a look when we have a break. Okay. I will now call for apologies and granting of leaves of absence. Do I have any apologies or leaves of absence? Okay. I now move to the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 22nd of March 2022. Can I have a mover? Moved Councillor Luxford, seconded Councillor Rosenfeld. Okay, thank you. I declare that carried. Okay. Can I now call for, are there any declarations of interest, pecuniary or non-pecuniary? Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yeah, just as with the last meeting, CP/22, I own a house in the R2 zoning. However, it is my principal place of residence. It's a pecuniary interest, but given it's my principal place of residence, I'm able to vote on the issue. Similar to last meeting.
Thank you. Are there any other declarations? Councillor Hay.
I'd like to make a quick declaration. I had excused myself from a heritage listing on the ground in the last meeting on the grounds that my mother may choose to challenge a heritage listing on her own property at one point. However, that is not going to happen, and therefore I will be eligible to vote on a heritage matter in this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CS 15/22. I know Mr. Donoghue, Danny, and I'll be voting on the matter. And I know on NM 30/22, Bella Lenny from La Perouse, again, I know the speaker. A non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. Can't see it coming via Teams, but I'll be voting on the matter as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have a declaration of interest as it relates to, which one is it? To CS 15/22, Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club redevelopment proposal. And, Okay, let's have a look. GM5/22 draft 2022 to 26 delivery program and the 2022 to 2023 operational plan. It is a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest as I am a patrolling and occasionally competing member of the Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club. I do not hold any office, nor do I actively participate in the management, administration of the organisation, nor do I engage in other activities to any significant extent which could be considered as giving rise to a particularly strong affiliation. I will be participating in the matter, and I kindly request Mr. Kelly to record the full declaration in the minutes. Okay, thank you. Councillor Luxford.
I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CS 1522. Mr. Donoghue is known to me through my connections to Maroubra Surf Club when my kids were patrolling and nippers there. However, they're not there anymore, and I'll be voting.
Thank you. Are there any further declarations of interest? Okay, there being no further declarations of interest, I now move to addresses of council by the public. Before I call the first speaker, I'd just like to read the following message. To begin with, the privacy warning. In respect to Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act, members of the public are advised that all proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of 5.20 and 5.23 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio and visual recordings of this meeting are prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of council. Okay, thank you. I now call the item with the first speaker, CS 15/22.
Sorry.
Yes.
I just need to call to one item to the attention of Councillor Burst. Planning.
I will take declarations of interest at any time.
Yes.
I'm happy to go back if you would like before I call the item, or would Councillor Burst like some time? I will happily take them at any point.
Just before the item?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, CS 15/22 Maroubra Surf Lifesaving Club redevelopment proposal. Speaking for Mr. Danny Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors and ladies and gentlemen. You've all read the report. I hope that the council and Todd have taken a great deal of time to prepare for us, Todd and Therese. I also sent out an email this afternoon just for the councillors I missed. I've been trying to contact the councillors and meet you through the week, but for those I didn't, I just wanted to give you a little brief of our club's thoughts on the redevelopment. I won't take up too much of your time, but for the new councillors who have just been coming to this season, so to speak, this has been ongoing for about 7 years now, so we have put a lot of thought and preparation in it. We did plan on doing renovations, and we did have nearly $1 million in grants, which it kills me to say I had to hand back this week to the New South Wales government, because during the process of this development and dealing with architects and builders and building consultants, it actually works out in the long run much cheaper to knock down and build a new surf club. From that area we can start from go and make it a feature of the Maroubra Beach area and a feature for our community as well, and make it a purpose-built clubhouse for the future. And I know from the people I have talked to, the councillors I have talked to, it is a vast sum of money, and we don't take this lightly, but this building will probably be standing in 40 years' time. So it's a building we're actually building for possibly our children's children at this stage. So I'd like you to consider that. It is a lot of money, but it's going to be standing there for a long time. And it's a perfect opportunity to start again and give our community a purpose-built building for the community and for our lifesavers of that community. So if you have any questions, I'm open to receive anything you'd like to know, but please give it good consideration. It will be around for a long time. It is a lot of money. We are in need of it. It's not something I take it lightly. I could have spent $1 million on renovations, and to be honest, it just wasn't in me to do that. I'd rather play the long game and have something that benefits everyone to its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donoghue. Just before I go to questions, remiss of me, I'd just like to acknowledge that we have sitting in the audience Mr. Tony Waller from Surf Lifesaving New South Wales as well. Thank you.
So I might add we have support from our community, and also from Tony is here representing New South Wales Surf Life Saving, our state operations. So from our local operations at Sydney branch through to state operations, we have the full support of the organisations.
Thank you. Councillor Pandolfini, was it you were after a question? Councillor Pandolfini.
Hi Danny, it was nice to meet you the
Hey,
other
Raffaella.
day, and I really enjoyed that event on Sunday. Considering the building is, you're hoping that the building is going to be there for 40 years, and it sits right on the like water, beach, ocean front. What considerations have you made to date to consider rising sea levels and climate change?
Raffaella, at this point, it's probably a bit early for us to take into consideration the design of the building. I mean, we're at the part where I'm seeking funding to begin all that, to talk with architects and to talk with consultants to come around with a design that can actually foresee all these troubles that might occur into the future. So honestly, as I speak to you right now, I can't answer that question because there is no definitive architectural design to do it. Obviously, when the building is done, we will build to legislation and all the basics rules and everything else. If we can add things on the way to make it green friendly and environmentally friendly, I'm all open to it. I think we discussed this too on the phone call we had, that, you know, totally open to, number one would be solar energy for me. As for moving the club away from the ocean, I don't know if we can do that. We could probably put it on stilts, but we might have a few neighbours behind us complaining. So I think the footprint we handle now and the break wall, promenade break wall itself, hopefully will last, you know, a few more years for us.
Just another quick question on that. So has that come up at all, though, with the architects and people you've been speaking with? Like,
the architects we've engaged so far haven't been into the nitty-gritty of the final detail of design or build or construct. They've been conceptual designs, allocation of space, what would work, flow of building, not right down to the nth degree of, you know, what are we going to add into the building to assist in any way, shape or form.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Councillor D'Souza.
So, Danny, how many members do you have at your club, and how long has your club been going for?
Our club was one of the original clubs in Australia. It was founded in 1906. Membership presently sits at around 1,100 with 320 odd patrolling members. And our patrolling members, as you're aware, are all volunteers. They patrol from basically, or we just finished, so March, we start our patrols again in September, we finish at Anzac Day every year, and we do every day, holidays, Easters, every weekend they're there. We assist you guys around with paid lifeguards. We've got a great relationship with those guys. Sorry, the rest of your question, Noel? Yeah, the building itself, I think you're reading the report. The actual building was a shed back in 1906. It started off with the structure in about 1947 and has just been added on every time a committee come across a grant from New South Wales government. And that's the dilemma we have at the moment. There's no flow to the building. Well, for us, it's infested with vermin. There's no flow. It's a lot of trouble with handicap. We can't get handicap or ambulant or person with disabled. Very, very rarely get them around the clubhouse. Just no access available. That's about it.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Just very briefly, thanks Danny for that. And obviously we are all big supporters of the club. I guess one of my primary questions is, I attended the club on the weekend, and I think apart from the precinct meetings, that was the first time I'd been there. With a significant investment of public money like this, I think we'd probably want to see a club that is a bit more open to the community, and not a kind of private facility as it was. Can you let me know kind of what the plans are for that? And I'm also interested to understand changes to kind of bulk and scale in the new proposal, because obviously I haven't been here through all of that.
I find it hard to hear you, but I've got the first part of your...
What I'll ask is just our audio-visual technicians just to check potentially the volume of certain councillor microphones. If not, while we've raised it, if you could just talk as closely into the microphone as possible. Otherwise, if you'd prefer to sit, while it isn't convention, I'm happy to allow it for the moment.
That's all right. So the first question was just public access to the club, what you're doing on that.
Yep.
And then the second question is the changes to bulk and scale from the existing form that is there, because I understand this is going to be a fair bit bigger.
Well, again, we haven't come to a final conclusion of architecture. We definitely will be fulfilling all the use of the footprint. I don't think we need to go any higher, so I don't see the impact of that. I would definitely like to keep a lot of soft landscaping around the club. In terms of people's use, I've spoke to Philippa about this. I would love nothing more to turn that, on a Sunday night, have a live band and play guitars and be able to bring the people off the beach. We have that a bit at the moment, but the more people come into that club, at the end of the day, more people utilise it, the more members we're likely to get out of them visiting. So in terms of that, I'm open. We deal with clubs, local clubs at the moment, the board riding clubs, the East Connects clubs, they still all use our facility. So it's not a club, we don't consider our club a closed chapter and off limits to the public. I think there's a perception of that. You've got to be, a member to get in. But when it's an open day, like we don't want people coming in and using the toilets and the showers and that sort of thing, because they just don't put the hard yards in that our members do to get that reward, and that's the basic reward that we give them. There's not much more we can give a volunteer lifesaver other than a hot shower and a cold beer at the end of the day, sort of thing. But we do get a lot of public people up there on Sunday afternoons having a cold beer. But you saw the deck on the side; it's underutilised, our club, and I'd be happy to talk to you, Randwick City Council, about utilising it for live bands and that sort of thing. It's a wasted venue at the moment.
Okay, thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Donoghue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now turn to the next speaker of the public component, CP 19/22, Randwick Comprehensive Planning Proposal, speaking against Mr. Joseph Hayek. Prior to that, before you begin, Councillor Burst, did you have a declaration? Councillor Burst.
Pecuniary interest in CP 19/22.
Okay, thank you. As it's a pecuniary interest, I'm assuming you will not be in the room?
I will leave the room.
Okay,
Yes.
that includes the public component, even though they're not related. Yep, so it's now. Thank you.
Good evening.
So just 1 sec, I'll
Just
just
wait.
wait till Councillor Burst leaves, if that's okay, Mr. Hayek. Thank you. Please begin.
Good evening, mayors and councillors. My name's Joseph Hayek, and my wife Karen and I are the owners of 21 Baden Street, Coogee. Our property remains on a heritage list despite expert advice against from both council officers, heritage experts and respected New South Wales firm Weir Phillips. I'm a 56-year-old who was born in Coogee and raised my family both in Randwick and Kensington. I've pretty much lived here my entire life. About 3 years ago, we purchased 21 Baden Street, and it's been a lifelong ambition to get back to Coogee once we could afford it. At the age of 21, I started a small business, and after running this business for 34 years on my own, I recently sold it so I could be hands-on this project, as it's important to us that it's done properly. We want to create a home for not only my wife and I, but for our children and our future grandchildren to come. It's difficult to find suitable properties, as you need to have the right zoning to achieve this, and we found ourselves competing against developers until we were successful at Baden Street. As this is a very expensive exercise, proper due diligence was carried out, which included confirmation in writing from Randwick Council officers that, amongst other things, the building was not considered heritage and not in a heritage conservation street. About a year ago, whilst we were in the process of finalising plans, we received a letter from Council advising us that a member of the community has suggested that our property be placed on a heritage list, and that after a desktop review it was confirmed, but as the report stated, it needed further investigation as nobody had inspected. This came as quite a shock to our family, as we couldn't understand why, especially after previous council confirmation. We immediately got advice, which was to commission heritage experts to complete a full comprehensive assessment so we can move forward either way. The report came back confirming our original pre-DA advice being not heritage from Randwick Council, and submitted same to councillors at the next meeting asking to be removed from this list. At this meeting in June last year, Baden Street was amongst 11 other properties requesting removal from this list, but the amendment to the motion lost. Councillors spoke for and against this decision. The consensus for the loss was explained to us that councillors aren't heritage experts and we all should follow due process, which was to hand it back to Randwick Council officers for further consultation and for them to commission their own full assessments and report back to councillors with their recommendations. Some 9 months later, we received an email from Randwick Council attaching the heritage report they commissioned through city planning experts, which concurred with the Weir-Phillips report that 21 Baden Street is not heritage, has been altered multiple times beyond its originality and doesn't meet any of the 7 relevant criterion. So we have done our due diligence, followed and accepted due process, trusted the system which recommended to councillors that we be taken off this list, but to date, and against all expert advice, our property remains on this list. You will note on submission CP/19 to 22 that 56 of 57 properties recommended for listing are confirmed by heritage data forms attached in the business papers. 21 Baden Street is omitted from this list, and the reason is it can't be supported by the experts. Look, we understand the difficulty that councillors have when making decisions for the betterment of the current and future communities, but I can assure you the decision to remove 21 Baden Street from this list is fair and correct. There has been no love or effort to preserve this building for over 50 years since they built the 9-storey monstrosity next door, which has killed all natural sunlight and created a wind tunnel that has weathered our building to an extent of no viable return.
I grant you a 1-minute extension.
I'm nearly finished, thank you. The monstrosity not only affects our building, but the building directly east of us, who are in favour of what we want to do, as it will in effect give them more sunlight with the increase of side setbacks from 1 to 3 metres. We ask that you remove our property from this list tonight and end the stress and anxiety that has been placed on my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hayek, would you like to answer any questions? Are there any questions? Mr. D'Souza, Councillor D'Souza, my apologies.
Mr. Hayek, sorry for hard of hearing sometimes. Did you say you did due diligence when you bought the place and everything you did because it's important, and the verdict was?
Non-heritage.
Non-heritage. And then you did other investigations, and again, it was still listed as non-heritage. It's only recently, did the council inform you that, or it might be listed, or did they say it is listed?
No, they inform me it might be listed. It's on the list.
It might be listed. So
might be listed
the
subject.
councillors that are here could make a decision on that, being made aware of what you've spoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, there being no other questions, thank you, Mr. Hayek.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is coming in via Teams. NM30/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, risk to the environment and human health from contamination in Kamei, not Botany Bay. Speaking for the notice of motion, Ms. Bella Glennie.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm actually a resident of La Perouse, and I'm deeply concerned that thousands of beach users at popular Frenchman's Beach could be put at risk from disturbance and mobilisation of potentially contaminated sediment during the construction of a wharf at La Perouse. The EIS contamination report for the Kamei ferry wharves has failed to adequately address serious contamination issues, including risks to the beach and its users. And as a matter of urgency, we request Council write to the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Environment to request, in the strongest of terms, that independent marine sediment testing takes place before the Planning Minister makes this determination. That's additional. The Council have already formally objected to this proposal. However, the issue of inadequate contamination report is a recent concerning development highlighted by the EPA. Transport for New South Wales, in their response to submission, appear to be overruling and dismissing EPA advice, which is extremely concerning. As a result of a Sydney Morning Herald article on these contamination issues, an independent expert in contamination, Dr. Bill Ryle, reviewed the marine sediment part of the documentation pro bono for the community. And he has concluded that the assessment report is grossly inadequate. That's grossly inadequate. This is extreme language for a former EPA site auditor to use, yet this is his opinion. Dr. Ryle highlights major and significant issues and omissions leading to his conclusions, including a failure to address fundamental components of environmental assessments set out in EPA guidelines, and that fatal shortcomings mean that the investigation cannot reliably assess conditions. Dr. Ryle notes a failure to sample at a sufficient number of locations and at a sufficient number of depths in order that reliable conclusions be drawn. And he notes there was no investigation methodology, which is a critical document. He noted that although a targeted investigation was undertaken, it's not clear what was specifically being targeted and why. He suggested that up to 55 locations might be sampled for a hotspot, not the 1 or 2 locations that were actually sampled. He noted that contaminants of concern might be expected to be found either on the seafloor itself or in the 1 metre of sediment immediately below the seafloor, yet no samples were taken from these depths. And he noted that despite PFAS being identified as a contaminant of particular concern, only 1 location at La Perouse was sampled for PFAS, and that was at inappropriate depths. In the 1,000-page contamination report, there was no mention of a beach at La Perouse, no mention of swimmers or beach users, and no measures put forward to address, avoid, or mitigate possible risks to these people. Construction vessels operating in shallow water and pile driving 47 steel piles for the wharf will disturb sediment. Sediment will it's contaminated.
Ms. Glenning, could I just interrupt you there? So you've got 1 minute, but what I'm going to ask is that you turn your camera off. It's just that you are glitching just very slightly, we heard you fine prior to that.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
Sediment will disperse into nearby waters and affect beach users. And if this sediment is contaminated from 100 years of industrial processes around Botany Bay, then this could put human health at risk. And this is why it's critically important that an appropriate investigation is conducted and that precautionary principles should apply relating to risk. Randwick City Council's beaches are its assets. It needs to insist on more marine contamination tests prior to project approval in order to protect Frenchman's Beach from possible contamination and beach users from potential negative health impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions? There's a question from Councillor De Souza.
Hi, Bella. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really important something you said, that all that contaminants have been building up from ICI and the surrounding industries. So the sediment which must have built up over the years must be very toxic. Am I right?
You're absolutely right. There's a lot of nasty sediments, PFAS, TBT, CHCs, a lot of different.
And then when you read Dr. Bill Ryle's report, the impression he leaves me with is that it was only 1 centimetre, I think, I could be wrong, even 1 metre, I think, of exploration. That, do you think, is adequate or inadequate to let us know what contaminants are there?
I think the issue is that contaminants are likely to be in the top 1 metre. So that's from the seafloor down 1 metre. And tests were actually, and this is because contaminants will have travelled in water plumes from all over the place and then they settle. So it's right in the top of the seafloor. But unfortunately, tests were done at 8.2 metres, which clearly is sort of inappropriate when you're considering recent contamination settling. And other tests were done at sort of 3.85 and 4.15 and 2.15. No tests were done in the very top just under 1 metre. No tests were done at all.
So what you're basically saying is the whole process was inadequate?
I would actually go a little bit beyond inadequate and say deeply flawed. And I think that's, I think how the EPA expert put it, previous EPA expert put it, grossly inadequate. This is not just a report that is slightly missing, hasn't dotted all its I's or crossed its T's. It's grossly inadequate.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, there's a question from Councillor Veach.
Thank you, and thank you, Bella, for speaking and for all the information you provided. Pardon me. Just sort of following on from Councillor De Souza's question and something you mentioned in your presentation, did you say that there had only been 2 marine bed testing sites? 2 or 3?
Councillor, thank you for that question. Only 2 locations at La Perouse were tested for all of the marine contaminants. For PFAS, for some reason, they only tested 1. So we're talking 1 location or 2 locations. Now, if there was a hotspot for a particular contaminant, you might, and this is, they did a specific investigation, which was a targeted investigation. And you do a targeted one when you think there's a hotspot. But they didn't identify the hotspot, and they only did 2 tests. And for PFAS, it was 1 location that was sampled. And the contamination expert was suggesting that, you might have up to 55 samples taken in such a situation, not the 1 that we got for, say, PFAS, or the 2 that we got for everything else. So this is deeply inadequate.
May I ask a follow-up question? And just to clarify, because I'm not, and probably most of us here aren't totally familiar with these types of assessments, are you saying that they would only, in Dr. Ryle's report identified a great number of different toxins that are present in the bay, but are you saying that when the tests are conducted, they're only looking at 1 toxin, they're only looking for the presence of 1 particular toxin or such like at each testing site? Or do they test for multiple toxins that they suspect might be there?
They do a desktop survey and identify what contaminants they think might be there. And they identified about 13 different contaminants, which they then tested for. So at the 1 or 2 locations they tested for all those contaminants. Or in fact, in one instance, TBT, they identified as being likely to be there and of concern because there was a former slipway at La Perouse. However, for some reason, they give no reasons, they didn't actually test for TBT. It was left off the list. So they weren't even sort of completing the tests that they had said that they were doing. So there were a lot of anomalies, there were a lot of omissions, there was a lot of things that sort of seemed not to be explained at all.
One short follow-up, thank you. Would you consider, do you think there has been a breach in this process? Has there been some kind of breach in the procedures that should have taken place?
I would consider that there was either extreme negligence, and I am loath to put strong words like that, or that there was deliberate omissions, is how I'd sort of say it.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Ms. Glennie. Okay, there being no further public speakers, we will now deal with the items that we've had speakers on. We will go in the order of the speakers. The first item which we will go to is CS 15/22, Maroubra Surf Life Saving Club redevelopment proposal. Before I begin, councillors, I'm just getting text that there's a lot of feedback for those who are watching online if you leave your microphone on. So once you're finished talking, please turn your microphone off as a matter of urgency, just because the people online can't hear. Thank you. Do I have a mover of the report?
Move that way, Mr.
Moved, Councillor Luxford. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor De Souza. Councillor Luxford.
here. No, I move the report as recommended. The council officers have done a bit of work here, and I did attend and moved the very first motion for Maroubra Surf Club and attended some meetings there, and can see the difference in, you know, which way we may be going now, and I'm sure with further work and scope we'll have a great plan for a surf club at Maroubra that fits into the area and does the great work they do for our community. It will continue forever, as Mr Donoghue has said, and council will be supporting.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes there are groups who I like to use come and request things, and it's more greed. But in this case, it's need. Need, that's what this community needs, and this is what the surfing community needs. This is one of the oldest surf clubs, life-saving clubs in Australia. And we all know about our coastal lifestyle. We know, we had the Anzac Day celebrations the other day. We all know about sacrifice, about looking after your mates. That's what the surf club culture is all about. Building that sense of community that we're so proud of in Randwick City and looking after your mates. I know there is concern by some, and rightly so, because there is an opportunity to build an edifice, a beautiful surf club, a functional surf club. But of course, we must be environmentally conscious, and this is our opportunity to build a club, use the skills and our knowledge of carbon footprints, etc., to build a functional club that also is very ecologically friendly and very sustainable. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know our architects and our council managers will do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Pandolfini?
I just wanted to ask a question.
Yes, Councillor Pandolfini, feel free to ask a question.
Okay. So I've kind of circulated a bit the question around the sustainability of this proposal. When I, for example, when I go and have a look at the Coogee Surf Life Saving Club, I'm assured that it is a sustainable building and that was all taken into consideration. But there's nothing kind of on the on our website that talks about whether it's a Green Star building or whether that, you know, how can we be assured that this is going to be taken into consideration? Because everything all the questions I'm asking were like, that's going to happen later, that's going to happen later, that, you know, and I just kind of don't, I guess, feel that confident that it is going to happen later.
I'll direct that as a question through to the relevant officer. I'm sure can help the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Essentially what the recommendation on the business paper tonight is just looking for a change in direction from what we were originally proposing. That change in direction brings about a clean slate for the design. As we move through the design process, council at every single stage, from the concept, consultation, detailed design planning, gets to resolve to keep progressing on the project. We will come to council at each of those key milestones in the design and allude to every single sustainable principle, the rating that we are trying to achieve. So council is aware of the integration of sustainable environmentally sustainable and sensitive design into the project at every key milestone. So at the moment, all we're looking for is a change in strategy from a staged approach to a complete knockdown and rebuild. There is no material design as of yet to determine a rating, or a Green Star or a certain level of rating. That will come as we move into a new concept. So we're moving away from a staged concept into a knockdown concept. And at that point, we'll be able to determine the opportunities that arise from that change in direction.
Councillor Chappell.
Just a very brief question through to the relevant officer. As I understand it, the proposal we're supporting today confines the surf club to this specific site, or does it allow consideration of alternative sites with view to coastal retreat, for instance?
Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The knockdown and rebuild approach that we are entertaining at the moment is confined within the leased area. It is Crown land on the front of Maroubra Foreshore under the current plan of management that resides over the site, so it is looking to be retained within the confines of the current leased area.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Olive.
In consideration of possible climate change and climate effects, Council is going to put down $6 million odd for this, but there's a hope that 40% of the $10 million build will come from donations and also grants. So I assume that if that doesn't come through, that council are at risk of having to pay more. Does the climate factor into the expected cost to council in that scenario?
Thank you. I've just had the General Manager pop up on the screen. Was that an indication that you would take that one, Therese, or is that better referred to the Director?
Yeah, I might just take the question just in relation to the... Sorry, if you could just turn...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I might just take the question in relation to the funding and the funding strategy that has been put forward quite rightly is only for a portion of the entire build. So that does require external funding. As council will be aware, with different grant programs that are available from time to time, they're generally looking for projects that are what they call shovel ready. And so they're also looking for projects whereby there has already been a significant funding commitment. The trap for councils can also be, if council does decide upfront to fund a whole project, then if that is within our long-term financial plan, then that can sometimes jeopardise our ability to actually apply for those grants, because other levels of government will feel that we've already provided for it. So that's why, from a strategic perspective, it's good to have a good contribution, but not the whole contribution, with a view that there will be external funding. If that external funding doesn't come forward, then that would be a question for a future council in relation to whether it was to put more money towards it, or if it was to delay the project while external funding was continued to be built, but that would be a matter for council at that point in time.
Thank you to the Councillor Olive. Did that answer your full question, or do you have a...
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Pandolfini.
We just had a couple of amendments.
Okay, Councillor Pandolfini, you'll have to move your amendment.
Do I need to stand up?
Yes.
So the first...
You forwarded it to Mr. Kelly?
Yeah, I have.
Just tell him that you forwarded it.
Mr. Kelly, it's just new points C and D. They're the only ones we want to add. Just C and D. Yeah. And C's got a slight amendment to that, which is consider, needs to consider. Yeah, rather than ensure. Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Veach, are you seconding that? Okay. I think for the moment not, and then we'll just listen to them. Give me 1 sec. Councillor Pandolfini, could you please, do you have anything to talk to the amendment?
I think we've, no, I think we've covered that with our questions.
Thank you. I just have a question through to the relevant officer, whether it's Therese or to Mr. Clark in relation to D and the implications of D. Yes, I'll just have a question. General Manager, are you there? Or Mr. Clark?
Yep.
Would you like me to take that one, Therese? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Even though, talking to the last question from Councillor Chappell, the construction of the Surf Club project must be done, well not must be, but is looking to be done within the confines of its current leased area. It still will have to be cognisant with the master plan. So we are doing a brand new plan of management with the master plan for the Maroubra Beach foreshore. So ultimately the plans will be considered in respect to the master plan.
Okay, is that?
Okay, thank you. Are there...
Sorry, just to follow up.
Councillor Nielsen.
Just to clarify, so this point D is not conflicting with anything that we're proposing to do. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Said, did you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I was just about to ask exactly the same question, that the master plan, because this is not coming for the next 3 or 4 years, so the master plan would definitely be out, which was answered. But I'd just like to say with this opportunity to wrap it up, that within our area we have 4 surf life saving clubs. 2 of them, if I stand corrected, have the biggest numbers in Australia of nippers and members in Coogee and South Maroubra. They're the top 3 or the top 1, 2. Also at the national championships last week, Coogee won a whole heap of awards. So we've got the best clubs that they are in the nation. And also we need to help the lifesavers because they are doing a lot of work. As Mr. Donoghue said, it would cost us a fortune if we had lifeguards at every beach. Maroubra is a very dangerous beach. We really do need the best of facilities. We really are very lucky to have 4 of the best clubs in Australia. And I appreciate it if everyone passed this motion. Thank you. Support the motion.
Have the movers and seconders of the original motion been asked whether they would accept the amendment?
Okay. Councillor Luxford, do you accept the proposed amendment? Okay. The amendment now is incorporated into the motion. There being no further speakers on it, I will now put the motion. Okay. Councillor, before I do that, Councillor Luxford, do you want to close the debate or you're fine? Okay, thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we now move to the next item, CP 19/22 Randwick Comprehensive Planning Proposal. Councillor Burst, you need to leave the room, please. Okay. CP 19/22 Randwick Comprehensive Planning Proposal. Beg your pardon? I can't hear you, Councillor Nielsen.
Sorry, I was hoping that you had forwarded the amendments I wish to make to this particular motion to David Kelly, because I wanted to move it in an amended way.
I haven't forwarded yours.
Okay, so...
You're going to have to read it, and then we'll forward a copy while you're talking and reading it to Mr. Kelly.
I'll read it, but you'll forward it to him, will you?
I'll do it right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Moved, Councillor Nielsen. Do I have a seconder?
Well, they don't know what I'm going to move, I guess, so...
All right, they'll listen while I forward it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, what I am moving is... sorry, let me just get to the correct page. I need some new glasses, I think, as well as a new brain, but I apologise. Glasses I can get. Now, I'm going to move the recommendation, but I do first have a question, and the question I need to put to the Director of City Planning, and that is, will the page numbers be numbered so that items are easy to locate, or will there be an indexing of items prior to exhibition, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we will index and number each of the various volumes of the document.
Thank you, because as you're aware, there are quite often, when we're looking through the various documents, there are different page numbers and so on. So that will be done. Thank you very much. So that's good to know. So then the recommendation then that I am putting is that point A is we endorse the exhibition of the comprehensive planning proposal and associated documents. B remains the same. And C, that the public exhibition / consultation communications are explicit in outlining Council's objection to the gateway conditions imposed, the overall housing target imposed on the Randwick local government area, which this planning seeks to achieve, and that Randwick City Council is under direction by the New South Wales Government to prepare an updated LEP document. And that's the first part. And has poor Mr Kelly received? I hope you've got it, Mr Kelly. Let me continue on then for the second point as well in regard to Volume 1, because again it's part of CP 1922. So Volume 1, Objectives and Intended Outcomes, on page 8 of that, the third bullet point, to add the words in business zones where appropriate, standardise and extend trading hours for shops and low impact business premises in business zones where appropriate. And Volume 2, that we add an amendment, and I apologise, councillors, for not having sent this earlier, but my computer sometimes goes completely haywire. So the use of land at 58 to 64 Carr Street, it's just to add in conjunction with the site-specific DCP. So the item would read, development for the purpose of restaurants or cafes is permitted with development consent in conjunction with the site-specific DCP. So it's just adding a clarifying phrase. So that's it for those. Did you send it to him? You've got a, oh sorry, I haven't got eyes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Luxford. Okay, are there, Councillor Luxford, did you want to speak on the matter? Okay, are there any further speakers? Councillor Veach. Councillor Veach and then Councillor Sedd.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I do fully understand and in some way support the intent of Councillor Nelson's amendments, but in West Ward this LEP has been literally so controversial. There is just so much concern and consternation about the impact on the residents of West Ward, given the really significant majority of the development is going to occur in West Ward. People are, quite frankly, extremely anxious. They're upset, they don't understand. They feel they've already taken their fair share from the K2K developments, but in addition to the significant amount of uprise from K2K, they're going to be lumped. Just imagine your whole suburb suddenly becoming filled with high-rise within a period of potentially 6 years, if it all goes to plan, or less, 4 years. It's a big change. You know, we've literally got thousands of apartments and residences in the Randwick LGA currently taken up by Airbnb. You know, who's to say that these departments so close to the CBD won't just be put on for short-term rental accommodation, literally giving us no benefit whatsoever. So I won't be supporting it. There are some, there are some positive things within the LEP, and I do, respect the incredible amount of work that's gone into this by all of our staff over the last number of years, but I cannot support this.
Councillor Chappell.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Nielsen, for these amendments. I just wanted to flag the possibility of an additional amendment to this. Can I do that now? Which is just, I've sent this to David. It's an amendment on page 71 regarding the minimum lot size for dual occupancy to bring that back up to 650 square metres. Very simple. I just don't think we should be building tiny little homes with no backyards for kids to live in. And I think encouraging that kind of density of living when we know these dual occupancies, they cut parking in surrounding areas, they develop corner to corner, they knock down every tree. I just have significant concerns about it.
Thank you. Councillor Nielsen.
I totally sympathise with that particular point, and I totally agree with the point that Councillor Beach made, and I myself I'm not supporting the LEP that we're putting out. I want to make that quite clear in the sense of if I were making this myself, I would certainly not be putting out what we are going to put out, but I had hoped that by making the strong statement that we are going to be making, if at least the statement is accepted, that we put out there that this is not what we want to put out. This is something that is being forced upon us. And the other thing is that I think it's crucially important that our residents object to this, because when it comes back to us, then we have, and we all have the stomach to object to it. There is no problem with us having the gall or the stomach or whatever, the energy to object, because we all do. However, I think it is much better for us if we get the residents to have an input. And I think that...
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, I think Councillor Hamilton is querying a point of order. Is that right, or is it just a question? Okay, look, Councillor Nielsen, oh my God. Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Hamilton does raise a very good point. Councillor Nielsen does not accept the amendment. Councillor Chappell, do you wish to move an amendment?
I think that I am being interrupted with a point of order, which is valid, but I don't think it's worth a point of order. I'm just speaking in response to the suggestion, and perhaps I wasn't precise enough, but I don't think I can accept, even though I agree with your proposal of the 650 square metre minimum, but I think the fact that if we do it now, with all due respect, Councillor Hamilton, I think that that rather disturbs all the numerics that we've come up with all the other areas. So I don't think I can accept it at this particular point, but I'm happy to ask the Director of Planning whether it's something that we can accept. So let me ask that first. Thank you. So, Mr. Kyriakou, is it possible to accept the minimum lot size to be 650 square metres?
Mr. Kyriakou.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Planning has clearly advised Council that if there are any variations from the planning proposal relating to its housing targets or the housing capacity that's provided through the planning proposal, that would require an altered gateway determination. So Council would not be in accordance with the gateway determination by varying the potential for dual occupancy development on smaller lots, and we would be required to notify the department in relation to that.
Thank you.
I think that's why I'm not, but perhaps Councillor Chappell has another question.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell, I assume you'd like to move your amendment.
I actually just had a very brief question then to the relevant officer, which
Councillor Chapel.
is it then a state directive that we cannot have anything other than a 450 square metre minimum lot size? Because my understanding was that previous council papers had canvassed a bunch of different options for this, including 450, 550 and 650.
Mr Kyriakou.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council can elect to adopt a different development standard for a minimum lot size. The issue is a matter of process at this point in time. The department has reviewed council's planning proposal, issued a gateway determination, and that should then progress to an opportunity for the community through the public exhibition process to comment on this planning proposal. Now, should at the end of that process and subject to council officers' consideration of the submissions and reporting back to council with analysis based on the issues that are raised through those submissions, should council deem it appropriate that that lot size should change for any reason, then council is able to do that at that time, which then would go back to the department for them to consider the making of the LEP in its amended form.
Thanks, Mr Kyriakou. In that case, I'd like to move the amendment, please.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Sorry, hold on. Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pandolfini. Okay, it's now been moved, seconded. Councillor Seth has a question.
Yeah, as Mr Mayor, as far as I know, we haven't adopted that as a motion yet. So
No, it's
that
an amendment.
becomes the motion.
No.
No? Yeah.
Councillor Nielsen has rejected. No. Under the Code of Meeting Practice, you move a recommendation. A councillor can propose an amendment. Councillor can either accept or reject it. Councillor Nielsen has rejected it, at which point Councillor Chapel has proposed an amendment which we now have in front of us. The amendment is moved. Councillor Chapel, Pandolfini. Councillor Chapel, did you want to speak to it or do you already have?
Just very briefly, I mean, I've looked at the number, the yield that this will give in terms of the difference. It's a couple of hundred across the area. It will mean more knockdown rebuilds. It will mean significant loss of parking, be more trees lost, and it's going to be more of these buildings, block-to-block building, where kids don't have any backyards or green places to play. I just don't think that's the kind of area we want.
Councillor Pandolfini is the seconder of the amendment. Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor D'Souza on the amendment.
You know, I'm all in favour of saving trees and the environment, climate change. These are all important issues. But for me, it's also about people. Keeping families together. The opportunity for mum and dad to allow their children to build next to them. To keep families together. That's what this planning proposal is all about. It's all right to say 650. We've debated all of this. Sure, you've got the numbers in council now, and sure, you can change the direction of this council. But let's put people ahead of politics. That's all I'll say, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm also won't be voting for this amendment. As Councillor D'Souza said, unfortunately we do have a lot of new councillors, and we went through this debate nearly 2 or 3 years ago, and one of the main reasons why we had to accept the smaller lot size of 550 was because if we went to 650, it was too far away from the 450, and there was a chance that the state government might approve the 450 square metres, which would be horrible, would be a worse situation than we're in at the moment. And also at the same time, I remember probably 4 years ago, Councillor D'Souza, myself and Councillor Rocha, we were the only 3 South Ward councillors that voted for the lot sizes so that people that were suffering could get their places back, and we passed that through a lot of angst, but also at the same time it's just a very sensible thing. I understand what Councillor Chapel is saying. It does create a nightmare with parking, but it's one of those things, change will come, and we want a better change that we can control rather than a change that's set upon us.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, and then I think Councillor Chapel had a question, is that right? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, thanks, Mr Mayor. I won't vote for this amendment. I think that this amendment really does pull us out of our due process, and we have had a great debate on minimum lot size. We have had a great debate on affordable housing and housing options and how we support population growth. And so tacking on one line of such significance without fully considering the full requirements of a decision like this is, I think it's really irresponsible, and I'd prefer to go back and maybe discuss in more detail some of the amendments that Councillor Nielsen's put up. So I'm not going to vote for this, and I'd encourage others not to as well, until we are able to, as a new council of many new members have joined us, to gain a better understanding of the ramifications of making a decision like this. Then I think that we can have a further discussion about it. We did have a council meeting where it was packed with people, all vying for the right to be heard or the opportunity to see and witness for themselves this democratic process. And so I would really implore everybody to move away from this amendment and let's concentrate on some of the other items that were raised.
Thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Just a very brief clarification to the relevant officer. Councillor said referred to a 550 minimum lot size. My understanding is the LEP is currently proposing a 450. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, the LEP currently has a development standard of 450 square metres to be able to erect attached dual occupancy. But for allowing subdivision of that dual occupancy, you require a lot of 800 square metres so that you can achieve 400 square metres per lot. So that's where the difference occurs.
I have a question through to the relevant officer. In the consultation documents that went to the community as it related to the housing strategy and the LSPS, the local strategic planning statement, at any point was 550 canvassed, or was it 650 which went to the community?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the discussion around the housing strategy, there was a reference to 650 square metres, and that was on the basis that it was similar to the average lot sizes within the northern part of the city. But through council officers' analysis of the potential for a lower lot size based on the character of the area and the extent to which it would allow for more lots to be created within certain parts, but at an acceptable level which could still provide for good built form outcomes and meet all the council's objectives in its all its strategies. It was deemed that the 550 square metres was an appropriate lot size. Now, to give you an example, the analysis that was carried out after the housing strategy, 78% of the dual occupancies that are erected in Randwick in the last couple of years have been above 550 square metres.
Thank you. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Yes, I'd like to propose another amendment, please, concerning the gentleman who addressed us today.
Okay, so Councillor Rosenfeld, we currently have an amendment in front of us.
Yeah.
I'll take it that you're going to foreshadow an amendment.
Yeah.
And then once we have dealt with what we have in front of us, which relates to the lot size, I will then go to you to move your proposed amendment. Yep. Okay, thank you. Yep. Are there any further speakers on the amendment as it relates to the 650 square metres? Okay, there being no further speakers as it relates to this, I will now put it. So, yep, we'll call for a division. Mr. Kelly, could you please pull up the division? Okay. All those in favour of the amendment moved Councillor Chappell, Pandolfini. That council moved to 650 square metres. Okay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veach.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
For.
Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said.
Against.
And Councillor D'Souza.
Against.
And the Mayor is for. I use my casting vote and declare that carried. Thank you. You are now the mover of the motion, Councillor Chappell. Councillor Chappell, you're now the mover of the motion.
Does that include Councillor Nielsen's?
It does.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any further debate on the motion which has now been amended successfully? Okay. Sorry. Councillor Veitch? No? Okay. There being no further speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? So, Councillor Hamilton would like to speak on the motion? Oh, sorry, I got confused. My apologies. Councillor Rosenfeld is now going to move an amendment. Councillor Rosenfeld, please outline to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying before, I'd like to move to remove 21 Baden Street from the heritage list. And the reason for that is that as council has already done their investigation that it doesn't belong on the heritage list, I believe that it should be removed, and I agree with the arguments presented by our Speaker, Mr Joseph Hayek.
Seconded by Councillor Said.
And if Councillor Rosenfeld, I just want to add a few words to that, if you don't mind. And Mr Kelly, if we put it up, if you can read it, it's virtually what you're saying, but it just gives a bit more oomph to it. It's point B, so it's only the point B. Does not proceed with the draft listing of 21 Baden Street. I'll wait till it goes back in. As a heritage provider, reference to deleted from relevant documents including attachment B and C of the Randwick comprehensive planning process. And as Councillor Rosenfeld, and as we've heard from Mr Hayek tonight, I think it actually is quite embarrassing that, as we spoke before, there was 11 people on the heritage listing who did not want to be on that listing, and there was a very heated sort of discussion that night, and those 10 people were told they had to set the umpire's decision. They were told that our experts, that council are experts, and our heritage people that went into it were experts, and now we're saying that with those people, Mr Hayek has followed due process. He's been told by the council it's not appropriate, or it doesn't meet any of the criteria, told by the experts it doesn't meet the criteria, yet we're saying, okay, these 10 people have to accept the umpire's decision, but at this one instance, 21 Baden Street doesn't have to. So it's a very contradictory, which is actually quite embarrassing. So I feel if this does go through, if this is not approved, this amendment is not accepted, we're virtually saying that those 10 people should all come back to us again and fight their fight again, and we're opening up a Pandora's box. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on Councillor Rosenfeld's amendment? Okay, there being no further speakers on Councillor Rosenfeld's amendment, Councillor Nielsen.
I think councillors should object or should not support this amendment because we have other properties that are in perhaps a similar situation and they're going out on exhibition, and the owner at that time has opportunity to ask for it to be removed from the heritage list, and at the moment it's only a proposal. I think we should stick with what we have put out, or what we say we're going to put out on exhibition, and leave it as it is, and we can make a decision further down the track. Perhaps somebody else can say the same words in a better way than I've just said it.
Councillor Chappell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to say that I don't accept the amendment and I concur with Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? If not, I will now put the amendment. Okay. Mr Kelly. Okay. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pandolfini.
Against.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veitch.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Chappell.
Against.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
For.
Councillor Olive.
Against.
Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
For.
And the Mayor is against. I declare that lost. Thank you. Okay. Are there any further amendments? Otherwise, I will. Councillor Chappell to close the debate.
No need, thanks.
Okay. There being no further debate, I will now put the motion as it is a planning matter. Could I have? Can I have it? Mr. Kelly? Can I just pull that up? Thank you. Okay. So we are putting the motion. All those in favour? So we've got to go to a division. Yep. So before I put it, Councillor Hamilton, there's a question.
Could Mr. Kelly please scroll up? I just had a question with regards to this there. Business zones were appropriate, so it reads standardise and extend trading hours for shops and low impact businesses. Just if Councillor Nielsen could help explain that, please.
Councillor Nielsen?
So it's amending that bullet point. So that third bullet point, sorry if you can scroll down, thank you. The third bullet point which states at the present time in business zones where appropriate, so that it reads, instead reads standardise and extend trading hours for shops and low impact business premises in business zones where appropriate. I guess you have to be, it's one of these things, you need to be looking at the document. You know what I mean? This is one of the difficulties with this huge document. Yeah. So the third bullet point would now read, standardise and extend trading hours for shops and low impact business premises in business zones where appropriate. Sure.
Okay, thank you. There being no further questions, I will now call the division. It's a planning matter. Okay, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pandolfini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Pandolfini, can you? Thank you.
For.
Councillor Nielsen is for. Councillor Veitch.
Against.
Councillor Hay.
Against.
Councillor Luxford.
Against.
Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
For.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
Councillor Said. Councillor Burst. Oh no, he's out. Councillor D'Souza. So, Councillor Wilson, can you please turn your thing? Councillor D'Souza, I'm confirming.
Against.
Okay, and the Mayor is for now. I declare that carried. Thank you. Councillors, could we please inform Councillor Burst that he can now return? Thank you, councillors. I now go to NM 30/22, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, risk to the environment and human health from contamination in Kamay Botany Bay. Moved Councillor Veitch, seconded by Councillor Said. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I won't speak for long. I think Ms Glennie, the Speaker, articulated the issues with this assessment and the details of the contamination very well. I'd like to thank Ms Glennie and also Linda Newnham, who essentially provided me with the great detail of this. It is very detailed, and that is because of the extensive contamination which we all know to be present in Camo Botany Bay, and the concerns around the sediment, the contaminated sediment being disturbed by both the construction of the two ferry wharves as well as the operation of the ferry are legitimate. And just bear in mind, this is not contamination just being stirred up by the construction of the ferry wharf at Frenchman's Bay. It's also on the other side as well, over at Kurnell, and that's where some of the really significant contamination is around the old oil refineries. The other thing I think we have to remember is that, the whole Botany Sands aquifer, which extends all the way from La Perouse up around to Centennial Park, it actually goes up and all around to Tempe, takes in the area near the airport, Botany, the old ICI sites. At least a third of that is out of bounds. So some of the councillors who've lived in the area for a long time, particularly around South Ward, might remember when the bore water became off limits. That's not just around the South Ward area. That is literally a third to half of the Botany Sands aquifer is utterly contaminated, and all of that groundwater flows down and empties into Camo Botany Bay, and it settles there. I've spoken to archaeologists who worked on doing the reports prior to the construction of the light rail. They found very old sites up around Moore Park with creosote. This would be like 150 years old. They had to call off a particular dig because of this large area of this highly toxic substance. It's like a paint that's used to paint the old telephone poles and things. There's been contamination going out to Botany Bay from hundreds of sites for probably 150 years. So we nearly need, and some of those things don't break down. They're just sitting there, and the potential for exposure, if these are stirred up, it's going to happen. The other thing, councillors may have seen emails that came through from Bella and Linda Newnham the last day or so regarding questions in Parliament. I'm not sure if it's been a big agenda. I'm not sure if anyone had time to read them. But of course, the debate continues as to the actual purpose of these wharves and if they're actually going to be used as a ferry wharf or if not just to facilitate and support the proposed cruise ship terminal. Perhaps rather than building a big jetty down at Yarra Bay, we'll be looking at passengers being discharged onto tenders that would then go onto this wharf. So I hope you'll support the motion, and thank you.
Councillor Sid.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to thank firstly Mrs Glennie, who spoke on it, because she spoke quite comprehensively. And secondly, I'd like to thank Councillor Veitch for a very comprehensive, if you didn't know what was happening down there, you sure will now. It was a very comprehensive motion. And thank you for all the links and everything else, and I'm sure our residents appreciate it, and so do all the people down South Ward. So thank you very much.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I too would like to thank Bella and another lady called Linda Newman, who continually researches this particular issue and keeps us councillors informed and the community informed. Mr Mayor, this project, we have been told, has been designed to minimise impact on seagrass and marine biodiversity. But any project of this magnitude, we all know, will affect the fragile ecosystems and the marine life in the bay macroscopically. Before this project proceeded, I requested a biodiversity offset strategy prepared by a qualified marine biologist who was able to review and point out the negative impact on the marine life, the seagrasses and ecosystems. In paragraph A of the motion, it becomes clear. The experts have spoken and said the EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement, Contamination Report, was inadequate, and the testing was also grossly inadequate. The experts also highlighted the fact that Botany Bay historically has been a dumping ground for industrial waste, which lies dormant in sediment in the bay. And as Councillor Veach also points out, I always looked at this side of the bay selfishly, but I forgot about Kurnell and the other side where the Caltex refinery is, and we can imagine the sediment on that side being just as toxic. But anyway, once, Mr. Mayor, we start churning the sediment, we will be digging up more toxins and industrial pollutants. And by doing this, councillors, we will destroy the fragile ecosystems and the seagrasses, which are so important for aquatic life to thrive. The report goes on to emphasise the shallow 1 metre depth of the soil testing, which does not reflect the toxic contamination that exists in the sediment. In summary, more investigations are needed before this project is endorsed. I fully support this motion by Councillor Veach because it addresses the community concerns which have been inadequately addressed by the relevant government departments and demands action to potential contamination issues which, if disturbed, could result in adverse human and environmental health risks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, there being no further speakers, Councillor Veach to close the debate. Okay, waives it. Thank you. I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. It being 8:34, what I might do, I've just had a request for a short break, that we will take a 10-minute break and we will return at 8:45 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, will be starting in 30 seconds. Thank you, councillors. You can now be seated. Reopen the council meeting at 8:52 p.m. Is there any urgent business? Okay, there being no urgent business, we'll now move to mayoral minutes, beginning with MM11/22 financial assistance and donations. Councillors, it is in the papers. They are all relatively straightforward, I would hope. All three have come through to me via recommendations of staff. Thank you. If there is no debate, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, MM12/22, Racism Not Welcome Street Sign Campaign. Councillors, look, I commend this particular report. All of the information is contained in the business paper. This has come to me via a request from the Racism Not Welcome campaign, along with the Multicultural Communities Council and the Addy Road Centre. I have a hand up from Councillor D'Souza. Councillor D'Souza would like to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Martin Luther King once said, "You should judge a person by the content of their character and not the colour of their skin." Keeping that in mind, Mr. Mayor, I'm very, very proud of what you're doing here. My own personal experience of racism growing up in a white Australia has made me extremely sensitive to racism, intolerance, and hatred of the other. And it has helped shape my morals and values. These flags, Mr. Mayor, you're proposing will help to heal the trauma caused to victims and their families. My friends, councillors, we need flags with a message.
Councillor D'Souza, could you just pause momentarily? Just 1 second. If the gentleman sorting the audio-visual at the back could just give me a thumbs up that we're all good to go. Okay, I think we're good to go. Councillor D'Souza, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, friends, we need flags with a message, racism not welcome. It'll become a symbol of healing, justice, hope, and inclusion. This will be no easy task for any artist or designer. That I will leave the design to the council and its planners, but the message will be clear. Enough is enough. Racism is not welcome. I commend this mayoral minute, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I can't support this mayoral minute. In my opinion, people will walk and drive past these signs thinking they are implying that they themselves are racist, and I truly believe that will cause angst with some members of the community. Similar signs have been put up in Willara, resulting in numerous complaints. As a Jewish person, I don't go around presuming that everyone is anti-Semitic. Yes, there are some, and this can be addressed in other ways other than signage telling everyone what to do, i.e. it can be addressed through education campaigns that are currently run through the Sydney Jewish Museum. I believe that initiatives also like Harmony Day and the work done by the Scanlon Foundation in social cohesion are much better methods of dealing with racism in society. We should call out racism when we see it, however, we don't need to be lectured all the time by street signs. Australia is one of the most tolerant multicultural societies in the world, and I can't support this mayoral minute.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford. Then I have a hand up from Councillor Nielsen.
As the chair of the Multicultural Committee, which hasn't met for a little while, but anyway, we won't go there, I fully support this mayoral minute. Our committee was working up to things like this. We were, prior to COVID, working on Take Hate out of the debate, which is which was the first initiative through the multicultural people, and we had Tanya, who was brilliant, working with us in community services, who was across all of this. So we were working on the program Take Hate out of the debate when COVID hit, so we weren't able to push forward with that. And then this is the next campaign, and so I fully support this campaign, and I'm sure most of my multicultural committee members who were still members, but you know, hanging in there somewhere, would have fully supported this as well. So I commend this mayoral minute.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
I just wanted to respond to the comment that Councillor Rosenfeld made, and I understand why he made it in relation to signs in Woollahra, street signs, because I also saw that campaign response from people in Woollahra Council area, and I can understand why people were concerned with the way the signs were put up on streets and so on. But I think this is a different campaign, Councillor Rosenfeld. I think this one is at some specific locations, so we're not targeting anybody in particular, but it's in areas where people congregate, and lots of people from all different areas of Australia, different suburbs, whatever, and certainly people from all different parts of the world. So I think that targeting an anti-racism campaign in a subtle way is a good way of going, because I think unfortunately people did take offence, and I think if someone put a sign on my street to that effect, I might take offence as well. So I totally see where you're coming from, Councillor Rosenfeld, but I do think it would be really nice if you were to support this particular campaign, because I think it is a very low-key good one. And following up on what Councillor Luxford said, yes, I used to be a member of that committee too, and we had a fantastic officer, the officer who you referred to, who unfortunately is no longer with us. But yeah, we should be doing more in the multicultural field, but that's more to come. But anyway, I congratulate you on this campaign. I think it's a good one.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen, and I can confirm for the chamber that there are no plans to put a sign in your street. So all good. Are there any further speakers? If not, I will. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely support this, and because of course racism in any form should not be a part of our society, and we would do anything we could to try to make every member of our society joining us from any country in the world welcome, and include them in all of our community activities, including once they get the right to vote, want to make sure that they feel welcome to partake in that as well. I would just like to point out that I did notice that when Councillor Rosenfeld did raise his points, that they're his points, they're valid to him and to the other members that have consulted with him, that yourself and Councillor Chappell sat laughing, smirking, and I feel that that is really not in keeping with open debate, free speech. I really believe that any one of us can stand up and make a point, put forward our ideas, put forward the feeling and sentiment that it forms part of our thought process in relation to any single motion, and we should be respected more than in any other place, in this place, in front of the people in this room.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Just as a point of explanation, and to Councillor Rosenfeld, I can hand on my heart assure you, in no way was I laughing at any comments or anything that you made. It was in relation to quite a distinct separate matter. Nevertheless, there is no desire to make or undermine any of the seriousness of that if any offence was given. I wholeheartedly apologise, but I can confidently say that it was not towards you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
I'm actually not very sure whether I'm for it or against it, but one thing I do know is Australia is one of the most tolerant countries in the world. If you've travelled the world, you'll see how tolerant we are. We're leaders when it comes to that. And my parents came from overseas as well. A point of order, is it? No, just ask the my parents came from overseas as well. While my school friends all came with Vegemite sandwiches to school, I'd come to school with pork knuckles and schnitzels. But no one discriminated against me or was racist. Most people actually wanted to try my food. So to try and cast Australians as racists when we're the most tolerant country in the world, I don't think is a good thing for us to. We should be pointing out positives and instead of trying to push the negatives. Thank you.
I think Councillor Pandolfini had her hand up, and then Councillor Veitch.
Yeah, I just wanted to just respond and just clarify that, you know, at any point when we are debating that if there are smirks, that is just like a constant acceptance that we're not to smirk at each other. Yeah, in response. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, I also would like to commend it. I think it's a fantastic initiative, and I think that there is a lot of racism in this country, and I think that it's a really...
I disagree with Councillor Burst. I think there is still strong racism. I remember just sort of hanging my head in shame at a particular... It was a conference I went to a few years ago. Some of the other councillors might be present. They had invited a local First Nations elder to present the Welcome to Country. He was running very late. He came to the meeting and he had not been able to get a taxi because none of the taxi drivers would pick him up when he tried to hail one. There is still racism. A lot of it is hidden. You may not see people getting abused or vilified in the street, but the reality is many people experience racism on a day-to-day basis and they have to probably put up with it in silence. It's not something that's overt. It can be subtle. People don't have access to facilities or enjoy the kind of lifestyle that many people in our community do, and so I think we do need to call it out.
Very briefly to the motion, which I think is excellent, and I really support this campaign. Personally, when I see the racism not welcome signs, they to me are a message of inclusion and protection. It's saying this is something we're not going to walk past if this happens in this area. I think that's really beautiful and powerful. It's a little bit like the neighbourhood watch signs. You don't look at them and think, oh no, it means I'm a burglar. You look at them and you think this is a place where people are going to look out for each other. That's a good thing. And to the kind of underlying racism of our systems in this country, I mean, 24% of the adult people in prison in Australia are First Nations and 52% of the children are. I mean, we clearly live within systems that do have seriously racist impacts, and I think it's up to all of us at every level to do what we can to address those.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to MM13/22, National Domestic Violence Remembrance Day 2022, plaque and vigil in remembrance of those who have lost their lives through domestic violence. Councillors, I draw your attention to the contents of the report. From my personal involvement, this request has come directly through me from the Eastern Suburbs Domestic Violence Network, as well as council staff. There's been a direct request for the installation of a permanent plaque, as well as a vigil in honour and remembrance of the unveiling of the plaque. When this first came to me, it was actually proposed to be funded from council's community development project, which development budget, which had some unspent funds. I thought it was more appropriate to come from the contingency fund, so as to not take away from other proposals and other endeavours which are promoted by our staff. So, look, I draw your attention to it, and I hope on this very serious issue we will be able to have a touching vigil. Thank you. Councillor Nielsen. Oh, actually, sorry. I'm actually moving this in an amended fashion, okay, and it reads that Council endorse the installation of a plaque on a plinth at High Cross Park and the addition of an annual activity to be held at the site every year on National Domestic Violence Remembrance Day in memory of the lives lost through domestic and family violence, and that the plaque be located so as not to interfere with the existing Anzac Memorial. Thank you. All right. Councillors, are there any speakers? Councillor D'Souza.
This is such a serious topic. Maroubra, Mr Mayor, might surprise you to know, has twice as many perpetrators of domestic violence than any other suburb in our region. Police spend more time investigating domestic violence than almost any other major crime category in both wealthy and disadvantaged areas. The scourge of domestic violence is dismantling and destroying our community and threatens the very sense of community that we're so proud of in Randwick City. I commend the Mayor for bringing to our attention a very real and raw problem that is causing pain in our community, and I fully support his mayoral minute. Domestic violence stems from many causes: alcohol and drug abuse, low self-esteem, generational poverty, but in more modern times it is rental stress and the inability to balance family budgets, especially with COVID. And this has led, I've been told, to domestic violence. As a councillor, I find such actions abhorrent. And as a council, we have taken steps in the past, like the White Ribbon Walk, which is now, I think, called Stepping Out, I think it's called. It's got a new name, Step Out, Speak Out. So we've done things as a council to end this scourge through education and making a statement that enough is enough and domestic violence of any kind is unacceptable. But as this problem grows, we need, Mr Mayor, we need to ensure those members of our community that are most vulnerable, those that are most in need of protection, can turn to the community and speak out. What better way than on National Domestic Violence Remembrance Day that we have a visual, like you suggested, Mr Mayor, in remembrance of those who have lost their lives through domestic violence, and place a plaque at the High Cross Park, where our annual walk against domestic violence started. Congratulations, Mr Mayor. I fully support this mayoral minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend this motion. I was laughing because I dropped my pen and getting up. I commend this motion, and if there's one cause that everybody needs to talk about all the time, it's this. We need to stamp it out. We need to do something different. Reading the paper and seeing another poor person taken by someone who formerly loved them is in their lives, it's just devastating. It's crushing, and there are victims left behind all over the place, and it's just something that I think if we had a standing agenda item, this would be it. To stamp out domestic violence, to speak about it, to make sure that there's a light on it and we don't accept it in any forms against anyone. And I think that this is something that I can really support you with, Mr Mayor, and I hope that we continue to talk about this as our term continues.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put the mayoral minute. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillors, before we move in seriatim, I'd just like to move a procedural motion, or propose a procedural motion for CP20/22 Economic Development Informing Strategy. I've just been made aware that there are proposed amendments to that, and it makes sense for it to be considered prior to the community strategic plan, just as there may have flow-on implications. So can I have a move of the procedural motion? Okay, Veach and Hamilton. Okay, all those in favour? All those against? Okay, declare that carried. Okay, we will now go down the list, and I will call for challenges, starting with CP20/22 Economic Development Informing Strategy. Challenged by Councillor Nielsen. Okay. GM4/22 Community Strategic Plan. Okay. I can't hear you. Sorry, Councillor Veach. Councillor, sorry, if you could please call out, because I have to go down and read. Thank you. Challenged by Councillor Veach. Okay, GM5/22 Draft 2022-2026 Delivery Program. Okay, Hamilton. Okay, GM6/22 Draft 2022-2032 Resourcing Strategy. Unchallenged. Okay, CP17/22 Sydney Street Party Series, Could You in the Spot. Unchallenged. You have to, councillors, you really have to call out. Okay, that's definitely unchallenged then. Okay, CP18/22 Variation of... Councillors, I can't hear you. You have to call out. Councillors, can you please call out and press the red button? Thank you. Okay, so Sydney Street, CP17/22 is challenged by Councillor Luxford. Is that correct? Thank you. CP18/22 Variation to Development Standard. Unchallenged. Okay, we have dealt with the comprehensive planning proposal. We have reordered the economic development one. Okay, CS13/2022 Winter Pedal Parks. Unchallenged. CS14 Submission on IPART's Review of the Domestic Waste Management Charge.
Challenge.
Councillor Veach, thank you, that's how you do it. CS16/22 Heffron Centre Public Art Scope of Exhibition. Unchallenged. CS17/22 Capital Works Reserve Transfer. Unchallenged. CO13/22 Delegations of Authority.
Challenged.
Okay, challenged by Councillor Olive. CO14/22 Initial Disclosure of Interest Returns as at 23 December 21. Unchallenged. CO15/22 Investment Report. Unchallenged. CO16/22 Monthly Financial Report. Thank you. Okay. Can I have a mover for the unchallenged items? Unchallenged items moved Councillor D'Souza and seconded by Councillor Burst. Thank you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare them carried. Okay, we now move to the first challenged item, CP20/22 Economic Development Strategy, moved by Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Nielsen, could you please explain to the meeting what you are moving?
I'm just proposing, I'm moving it as per the business paper, but with a proposed amendment which I've sent to Mr. Kelly, and it reads for outcome 2. So if you're looking at your handout that we have, so if you're looking at page 11 on that, up the top 2.1, and you're looking at the last sentence, it says, while ensuring the impact on residential amenity is considered, just to add, ensuring the impact on residential amenity is minimised, particularly in both residential and business zones. Page 11, up the top here, 2.1, and it's the last sentence, and it's the last line basically. So rather than reading while ensuring the impact on residential amenity is considered, it will be ensuring the impact in residential amenity is minimised, particularly in both residential and business zones. That's the amendment I'm proposing. I don't think it's contrary. I think it's just spelling out a good intention and just making it very clear. Would you like to second it, Councillor Hamilton?
Can I foreshadow an amendment?
Yes. Yep. So it's moved, Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. You can actually move your amendment if you like.
Yes, I would like to move my amendment. Mr. David Kelly, would you be able to bring up the amendments to the economic development strategy, please? It's page 9, new point, under outcome 1, strategic approach, to a 1.14 and 1.15, and also a new objective. Okay. The first amendment here is, as it says there, 1.14. This comes under outcome 1 and is a strategic approach, and it says to advocate to state and federal governments for increased affordable childcare places and to carry out a childcare needs analysis. Across all of the informing documents that Council has, there's nothing at all on childcare. So this is a bit of an indictment of Council, really. And this is not necessarily my area of expertise, but it came home to roost and underlined to all of us that childcare is an industrial issue during the period of the lockdown, where essential workers were not able to work because they had barriers in terms of children that they had to look after. So the federal government instituted a childcare subsidy such that childcare was free. Over the period, I mean, we've long known that expensive childcare, and Australia has one of the most expensive childcare systems in the world, even given subsidies, that childcare is a barrier for parents who might want to return to work, particularly for women. And so it fits neatly in the area of economic development. When we look to other councils, we can see that Sydney, the City of Sydney Council, they have long had a series of need studies into childcare. And in 2013 and 2019, and so that is kind of central to their mission statements. Now, I think that it behoves Randwick to have something similar, for Council to have its finger on the pulse when it comes to the number of childcare centres, the price relativities between community-based childcare and private childcare, and even though sort of Council does involve itself in Moberly Road and subsidisation for Moberly Road childcare, it should have an understanding, and it should be part of its long-term informing strategies, that it keeps an eye on sort of the needs of parents who want to return to the workforce and their relationship to childcare. So I put the first statement up there, which says to advocate the state and federal governments for increased affordable childcare places and carry out a childcare needs study analysis. And you might say, well, childcare is not directly a responsibility of Council, but we advocate in all sorts of areas in a similar way, and you can look to advocate, if you look to 1.1.6 on the strategic approaches under outcome 1, it says advocate the state and federal government for greater support for the education needs and work skills required of job seekers and low-income earners in our community by 2026. Now, education is not a direct responsibility of council, but yet we're out there advocating and trying to support to support workers in gaining education so that they have the skills to be able to return to the workforce. So therefore I advocate back to childcare, this particular change to the economic development strategy. I don't think it's a particularly controversial change. So that's 1.14. 1.15.
Before you continue, sorry, can I just confirm that you are moving the amendments together? That you intend to move the amendments together or to move them separately? Because if they're separate, I'm going to ask Councillor Nielsen if she accepts them. Otherwise, I'll wait until you move all of them and then go to it. That's the only reason why.
Well, I will move them. I will move them separately because, you know, sort of in case someone.
That's fine. Could we, Mr. Kelly? Could we just scroll up a little bit? Thank you, Councillor Nielsen. Do you accept the first point, the P9 new point under outcome 1 strategic approach?
Emotionally, I accept it without hesitation, but I don't think that we can, in terms of under a strategic approach. I think it's something that we should be taking up in another forum. But I totally empathise with where you're coming at, and perhaps what we can do is, if your amendment is not successful, that we should be finding a more appropriate way for advocacy on this particular matter, because I totally agree with you, it's extremely important, but I don't think it's appropriate to be including in this particular form, but perhaps we could also ask the General Manager her advice in this regard.
Madam General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, as the councillor has pointed out, throughout our informing strategies, there's a number of areas where council has a strategic approach to advocate, because in, I guess, working towards the outcomes of our community strategic plan, while there are some areas that are outside of our direct control or remit from a responsibility perspective, we do have an advocacy role. I would suggest that it be limited to advocacy, though. I think that council would have to give more consideration to carrying out childcare needs analysis. I would think that is a responsibility of other levels of government, and something that maybe we could advocate for. But council would have to, if it was included within a strategic approach, have to commission the appropriate specialist to do that childcare needs analysis, because it generally is that local government.
Thank you. In light of that advice, Councillor Nielsen, do you have anything to propose to Councillor Olive, or you're fine? Okay, don't accept it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Olive, you're the mover. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Veach, are there any speakers on the amendment? Councillor Rosenfeld and then Councillor Veach. Sorry, Councillor Veach as the seconder of the motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I hope councillors will consider supporting. I think this is the exact place where we need to be putting this, because it's when you have young children and you've either taken time off work, or you've perhaps had to leave the workforce for a while and then you are trying to re-enter the workforce, or you're trying to find a way back to manage going back to work after perhaps taking maternity leave or parental leave. It is one of the most challenging times in your life. And if council can do anything to support women, families, kids to manage this period in their lives, it would make a massive difference. I mean, we have councillors here, Councillor Chappell, Councillor Pandolfini, who have young children, you know, who are going through this. Childcare fees are eye-wateringly expensive. We need to be stepping up and saying this is the reality for many people in our community. It is a nightmare, in all honesty. I remember those years and it was so hard, so hard. We can do this, and even thinking back, I know some people here may say this is not relevant. We're putting up a plaque about domestic violence. Like, in all honesty, one of the principal reasons women are having forced to stay in these abusive relationships is often when they have young children and they do not have the financial ability to leave their relationship because housing is so expensive, because childcare is so expensive. This is what we're dealing with. So we need to walk the talk, not just, you know, say we support women's economic empowerment, not just say we're against domestic violence, which of course we 100% all are, but we can go a bit further. This is a pretty mild amendment, in all honesty. Like, it's asking for a study, it's asking for some advocacy, and I really hope you'll consider supporting Councillor Olive's amendment.
I've got a hand up from Councillor Rosenfeld, Councillor Chappell. Councillor said to ask a question, but I'll go to Councillor Rosenfeld then Chappell. Doesn't take the jump. I'm going to go to Rosenfeld, Chappell, Sid.
I think given that we're looking at something that's going to add cost to the council, it's more than appropriate that we get a briefing on the feasibility of this. We need to know the money value. I personally think childcare is best run by the private sector, but if we're going to have to consider it as a council, are we able to have a briefing on this, please, in order to consider it?
Councillor Chappell.
Just briefly speaking to the amendment, and just to provide some context, which I hope is useful for people. My youngest daughter is still in daycare, childcare. I picked her up today. I pay $173 per day for the privilege. That is not Sydney's most expensive centre. If she was going 5 days a week, that would be more than $45,000, which is about double our councillor wage. Daycare costs in our family have been carried for about 8 years now, with my eldest in school. This is the most significant economic thing that happens for most women in our lives, and it entirely is appropriate that it belongs in an economic development strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Said, with your question.
Just a question to the mover. I just want to clarify. So I'm all for this, but I just don't understand. Excuse my ignorance. So we advocate to the state and federal governments for increased spaces, which I totally understand and I get. But does the carry out a childcare needs analysis mean that we do the analysis and then we open up our own centres, or we do an analysis and then we advocate that we do need more centres, if you know what I mean, because we've got a lot more children that need somewhere to go? Because in that way, I find this quite harmless. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Olive.
It's to inform our advocacy so that we know exactly what needs there are in Randwick City Council for childcare, and and the ways in which that can support parents who wish to go back to work. So it's.
Councillor Olive, can you please turn off your microphone?
So simply you're asking that, for argument's sake, if there's 10,000 kids under 3, they may need, I don't know what it is, 100 childcare centres, and doing our analysis, we need to know that we need that 100 childcare centres, then to present to state and federal government, please give us funds so that we can allocate and work with certain stakeholders that we can open more places up. sort of, yeah. Sorry.
Yes, and including things like, have your say, surveys of parents about how they feel the childcare in the LGA meets their needs, and using that information to support advocacy.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza.
Mr Mayor, I must remind some of the councillors here that we live in a free enterprise system. Competition is the life of trade. When I became the mayor many years ago, the first thing I wanted to do, and I turned to Mr Brownlee and I said, mate, we should do this childcare. Childcare is important. Childcare is essential. He said, that is a business decision. That's what the council officers do. They'll make that decision, and if need be, they can bring you a report. But imagine we had councillors here who wanted to bring down the fees at the Des Renford pool and something else and something else. That throws our budgets out. It's not willy-nilly stuff you can just do. You need to have reports. But coming back to childcare, Councillor Nielsen actually used a very special word. She said, I empathise with the councillor. She's right. I empathise with what he wants, and I share his sentiment. The goodness for what he's proposing, you can see he's right. But we have people in our community that do a particularly good job when it comes to childcare. There's no shortage of childcare centres. Yes, it is competitive. Yes, it is expensive. But that's not where council comes into it and tries to undercut someone else.
Sorry, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Veitch has called a point of order. Councillor D'Souza, thank you.
The councillor is not speaking to the motion or the amendment. The amendment does not refer to paying for additional childcare places or centres. It is simply calling for a study and some advocacy. So I'm sorry, but the councillor is not speaking to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Veitch. Look, I think Councillor D'Souza is broadly relevant as he is talking to childcare places, but I do take your point. Councillor D'Souza, please continue.
Look, I think I've made my point, and the point is, Councillor
D'Souza, unfortunately I have to take the point of order.
Sorry, sir.
I don't know how it could have been another point of order considering I just ruled on a point of order.
Because the point of order, as Councillor Veitch just said, there's someone's got to
Oh, sorry.
Point of order, as Councillor Veitch just asked, is my question to Councillor Olive was, do you want council to open up centres? And he said no. Do you want council, it's just to do advocacy that we can fight for more centres through the state and federal government, correct? So the argument, because I don't want it to take all the councillors' votes, that they're thinking they're voting on opening up childcare centres. That's not what it's got nothing to do with that. So this is the argument that we should not be voting on opening up childcare centres goes against what Councillor Oliver is saying, and it might taint councillors' voting process, because they might think we can't afford it, which we probably can't, but you're not asking that. So I just want to keep the argument as per the motion, that it's to advocate for spaces for people who do need childcare.
Thank you, Councillor Said.
Look, I'm
still rule no point of order. Councillor D'Souza, if you could conclude your remarks.
I'm quite happy with the clarity Councillor Said and the other Councillor Guinness. The point I was making, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the point I'm making is council makes decisions and shouldn't be making, or councillors shouldn't be making commercial decisions. We should leave it to council and its officers. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. I have a hand up from Councillor Hay.
I have a question for the through the Mayor to the General Manager. What would be the estimated financial impact of including this line in a report? There seems to be a bit of confusion about whether or not we're paying for spaces or we're just doing advocacy and doing a study.
Okay, thank you, Madam General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that we're not talking about opening new childcare centres as a council. What we're talking about is advocacy for increased affordable childcare places and the carrying out of a needs analysis. Now, the cost point there is in regards to the needs analysis. And just listening to Councillor Olive in his debate, he did mention a survey. There's a very big difference between a survey of residents and a needs analysis. A needs analysis would require us to go and get to one, scope it, and then get a consultant to do a needs analysis, which would include working with childcare centres to better understand the rates of usage and the wait lists and the likes that are on their books, as well as then surveying residents to understand how they perceive their childcare needs are being met. So that is a very different scope of work to a survey. A survey may be able to provide us with information on which to advocate more easily and with less cost, but a needs analysis, we would have to scope that and get a quote for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just listening to the discussion and a little bit of confusion, which is natural, given the wording is not as clear as what I think Councillor Olive is trying to make it. Could I suggest that I take Councillor Rosenfeld's point that I think we need a briefing on this particular item so that we could get an understanding of the impact. Could we move this item to another meeting? If Councillor Olive was to agree to that, we could have a briefing, so the whole council, all of councillors could have a briefing on our current situation with regards to childcare, and then we could get a better understanding of what that needs analysis looks like and potentially the cost of it and the timeline. So how long would it take for us to go and get this information, bring it back, debate on it again in another meeting, vote for it, and then it moves to the stages that it needs to move through. And we just don't understand those stages, I don't think, at this stage, or right now.
Thank you. I have a hand up from Councillor Olive. Councillor Olive?
Can I ask a question to the relevant officer? Does the council have the expertise at the moment, without having done a needs analysis, to be able to provide that information?
Madam General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we wouldn't have the information in regards to childcare places in order to, I guess, give specifics or put any meat around the advocacy piece. We would have to look to things like the census data and the likes. That's where it could be suggested that in order to advocate that we would do something like a survey, which would then give us a better idea as to how a community felt about whether the childcare arrangements were meeting their needs. And obviously this would be subjective and wouldn't, provide the full picture that a needs analysis would, because the needs analysis would be looking at qualitative measures as well. But certainly a survey would provide some more information to help with advocacy piece.
Thank you. Councillor Olive.
Sorry, I would be willing to amend the amendment so that it indicated survey instead of childcare needs analysis, if that would be helpful. That instead of asking for a childcare needs analysis to be carried out, that would be a childcare survey, like have your say, something similar to that.
Sorry, I don't understand why that would be appropriate to come under this particular strategy. I totally agree that we should do it, but I just don't know that this is the appropriate place to be inserting it. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Olive.
Just in response to that, we have heard about supply chain difficulties, about shortages of workers, in the current climate, not being able to get skilled staff. This goes to returning skilled workers to fill that void. So I think it's very appropriate under this section, outcome 1.
Okay, look, thank you. We've had pretty extensive debate here, so I'm just going to put the amendment, if that's all right. All those in favour of the amendment as proposed by Councillor Olive? All those against? Yeah, I'm going to need a division on that. That's not clear. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pandolfini.
For.
Councillor Nielsen.
Against.
Councillor Veitch.
For.
Councillor Hay.
For.
Councillor Luxford.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Chappell.
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld.
Against.
Councillor Olive.
For.
Councillor McCafferty.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
Against.
Councillor Said.
For.
Councillor Burst.
For.
Councillor D'Souza.
Against.
And the Mayor is now for. Thank you. I declare that carried. Councillor Olive. You now have carriage of the motion, which you, I guess, are now going to seek to move in an amended fashion. Sorry, actually, I might get some advice. Madam General Manager, at this point, Councillor Olive has now stripped Councillor Nielsen of the motion, but he intends on moving further amendments. Could you please just advise as to how he would go about doing that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they should be put forward as amendments to the original motion, although the motion's already been voted on. So if you could just put a foreshadowed motion for each of the new points, I think as we move forward, that would be the best way to do it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Olive.
I'll try not to take up too much time. This one also, this is about changing the objective in a new point 1.5. The change in the objective is to increase the number of businesses that are carbon neutral by 20% by 2032. Randwick Council already has an aspiration of net zero emissions by 2030 and an actual reduction of 60% of carbon emissions by 2030. So that if that's going to happen across Randwick LGA, then that's going to require an effort by businesses as well, and to have these goals, long-term goals, by council that businesses should be carbon neutral in that period is an additional signal that council is interested in tackling climate change. The strategic approach 1.5 says to continue to encourage businesses to adopt environmentally sustainable practices, including transitioning to renewable energy, removing single-use plastics from their operations, and energy and water saving initiatives. These are all not controversial. It's just once again stating where sort of council thinks businesses should be, and we believe that this should be under an economic development strategy, because if the economic development strategy is stripped of anything related to the environment, then it's likely to get lost in the implementation. So I commend this to you.
Thank you. The seconder, Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. I commend this amendment. to the motion or the new motion. I think this is something we should 100% be supporting within this strategy. We have already committed to 60% emissions reductions across the LGA by 2030. We committed to that in our environment strategy about 2 years ago. I think it might have been end of 2020. So this is something Council is already working towards. It's not going to happen on its own. Businesses are going to need our support. But I would suggest that councillors bear in mind that this is not something that Randwick Council needs to go alone on. We've already seen through SS Rock this big group of 25 councils teaming together to get 100% renewable energy to deliver for their council operations. Our next step now has to be delivering those emissions reductions and those cost savings to the rest of our community, to our residents, particularly our residents who rent, and to our businesses. This is a plus for our businesses. It's a selling point for them. You know, for businesses who are not using single-use plastic, who are 100% carbon neutral, this is something that our residents will actually see as a point to support. It's something we can approach on a more holistic level, so we're not going it alone. We can look at places like SS Rock, local government procurement. I'm having a meeting with them in the next couple of weeks. This is the next step. It's a vision that we should be looking to achieve. It's embedded in our strategy, and our businesses deserve that support. It's very difficult for them to go alone. But if we're all doing it together to support our businesses, I think it's something they would welcome, and I would urge councillors to support this amendment and allow our support for residents to go carbon neutral and extend that to support to businesses as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in support of this as well. I think that what I would say is, and it may be a question to Councillor Olive and Councillor Veitch, that I believe in a fair and clear education to businesses around the impacts of single-use plastics and how they can do more. But I wouldn't like for this to turn into a punitive approach where we name and shame, or we punish businesses that are not quickly transitioning enough in our eyes, because I just want that to be understood that this any move in the supply chain, what they use in their places of business, it costs money, so they have to negotiate with suppliers, they have to maybe break contracts, I don't know, I'm not a business owner myself, but there is a process for them to move to a much more environmentally friendly way of running their businesses. So I just want that to be known, that it is a serious undertaking, and when we help them, Councillor Veitch spoke about assisting them and that we're going to support businesses, I hope that that's really what we will do, and as I said, not take this a punitive approach and not name or shame or force businesses into something that could eventually or unfortunately end in them going broke or not being able to run their business any longer. So I just wanted that to be made clear.
Councillor Chapel.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. And look, I agree. I don't think there's any intention to have any punitive scheme for any of this stuff here. And when we're talking about 20% of businesses being carbon neutral, we are also intending by 2032 to increase the number of businesses by 20%. So even if we only target those new businesses, we should be on track. The other thing I'd like to note is, I know there were initially some concerns about potential duplication of some of this language across the different policies, but having had a look at the Community Strategic Plan, which maps the principles of the policies against each other, I note the environment, integrated transport and open space and recreation strategy all have environmental goals as their core principles, so I don't see any substantive issue with us
doing that with this policy. And as Councillor Veach says, we really do need to support businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that are currently there to transition to carbon neutrality.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Burst.
What was the previous level? So what's the amendment for? What's the actual, through the chair? If I could just
I will refer that to the General Manager to answer, but this is a new objective.
Yeah, but what was the previous one?
I'll refer that to the General Manager.
Through Mr. Mayor, as the Mayor suggested, this is a new principal objective and strategic approach.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, has there been any investigation looking at resourcing or any consideration by staff of this objective to date? Or for that matter, does it have any implications on the long-term financial plan?
Through you, can you please turn microphones off? Sorry, echoing. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't investigated the status of carbon neutral in businesses, so we don't have a baseline, and we haven't made any assessments as to what it would take to get businesses an increase in 20%. So I'm not able to provide any insights in that regard.
Thank you. Councillor Burst, did you have anything further?
Yes, if we could possibly get what the impact would be to businesses. Businesses have been smashed by COVID. There's businesses that are closed all over Randwick City Council. We want to reopen the night economy, we want to do all these things, but we want to put a bigger impost on all these businesses. It just doesn't make sense to go to do something that's going to have an impact on small businesses. So, that's it.
Thank you. I have Councillor Said.
It's probably more of a question, Mr. Mayor. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just saying if we're increasing it by 20% and we just found out we don't actually have a number or a study on the current number, what are we increasing by 20%? I'm just saying, is there a starting, do we actually, as a councillor, as Councillor Burst said, do we actually have a starting point? That's all I'm asking, because I agree with you. I'm just saying, what's the starting point?
I would interpret that as being the current number of businesses which are carbon neutral.
Do we know that? No. Does that mean we have to do a survey of all the businesses that are, and then we increase it by 20%?
I will refer that question through to the General Manager in light of the fact that actually, I'm talking from the chair. I won't do that. I'll refer that to the General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we would have to consider what data is currently available out there in order to form a baseline and or do a survey of businesses. We would have to work that through. We do need a baseline in order to be able to measure the objective.
Councillor D'Souza, then Councillor Nielsen.
Mayor, first let me say I'm not a climate skeptic or a climate change denier, but a realist who has a pragmatic approach to addressing climate change. There's no doubt climate change is real and we need to do something about it. But sometimes I think the Greens don't want realism and realistic policy to address climate change, but magic. I mean, look at small business. I was in small business. I believe in free enterprise. But the fact is that after COVID, small business is just recovering. Now to bring in another impost on them, another cost, which they haven't factored in, it's like, they're getting themselves up and we're knocking them down again. As I said, I fully agree with it, but we need to do some research. We need to do some homework. We need to have some figures. We need most probably a briefing of some kind, and then we can make a decision. But just because you have numbers on council doesn't mean you should be changing policy without research and support of others.
Councillor Nielsen? No? Okay. Councillor Rosenfeld. Before Councillor Rosenfeld gets up, Councillors, we were making excellent time and we have slowed down considerably. So I would just remind everyone to keep their comments brief if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a nice and brief one. I just want to say I fully support Councillor Burst and Councillor De Souza. Businesses are doing it very, very tough, and we do need to have a lot more consideration before we're able to act on this. Fully support the comments from Councillor Burst.
Councillor Pandafini.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I disagree. As a small business owner in arts and culture events, not only have I been smashed by COVID, but then but previous to that, my events were smashed by the bushfires due to not being able to go outside and health, people's concern for their health and people's concern for their families. I've now also been smashed by 2 events with the current rains. And if I was able to have support and strategic planning to try and navigate those types of events, then that would have been most welcome. Those types of weather events aren't going to be stopping. The rains happened not once but twice. So I think that it's about supporting small business and being realistic. So yeah, I just wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, Councillor Burst, you were referring to where is it in this paper. If you in amongst all that pile of stuff, or perhaps Councillor De Souza has a find this and the economic development strategy, look on page 9, and that's what we're talking about. And under objectives, Councillor Olive is proposing another objective. I have no disagreement with the objective as such, but we do not have the numbers in terms of the factual numbers. So I find it difficult to support it going in with a number target. I don't have a difficulty supporting it as an objective to increase the number of businesses that are carbon neutral by 2032. But I don't know what our target, I don't know what the initial target is, so I don't know. I would prefer that we don't specify a number, but I have no problem with us specifying carbon neutral, increasing the number of businesses that are carbon neutral by 2032. And then with the proposed strategic approach, the new 1.15, I have no problem with that. I totally support that. So I'm just wondering whether, I know we're getting a bit annoyed with moving this and that. So you would be okay with the objective just specifying increase the number of businesses that are carbon neutral by 2032. Would that be okay? That's brilliant. And then that's fine. Then I'm fine with the 1.5 going in at that point. That's great. But the only other little point I would make to everyone is that we do need to be cautious. Here am I agreeing with something that's going to make a change, but now I'm also saying that it's tricky because we have had this out on community consultation and now we're making changes. So it is a little bit difficult, some of these things. But I think this is like to my mind, it's a motherhood statement. Well, my poor mother, bless her soul, she would totally be supportive of this. So to my mind, they're motherhood statements, good statements, and so I don't think there's going to be any community person who's going to be particularly objecting to this. And I don't think that these are all targets, these are all goals, so that they're not necessarily going to be a financial impost on a business unless they want to adopt it. We're all trying to do the encouraging thing, and I think that's what all of this is all about. So I think we should all support it.
Can we put it, Mr. Mayor?
That's exactly what I was about to do. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Okay. Is that everything? Is that all that you're seeking to amend? That's Councillor Oliver's done. Okay, can you now please move the motion?
Okay, I move the motion.
Thank you. All those in favour of the economic development strategy as amended? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to the next challenged item, GM4/22 Community Strategic Plan, challenged by Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm actually going to pass this one over to Councillor Chappell because she was going to move some amendments. Thank you.
Okay, unorthodox, but sure. Councillor Chappell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have a small number of amendments that were circulated to Mr Kelly earlier. I'm very happy to move these in globo if everyone is okay with that. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Veach is the seconder. Mr Kelly, could you just bring them up just so councillors know what we're discussing? The Community Strategic Plan.
This one.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's Councillor Chappell is proposing to move it in an amended fashion. Councillor Chappell, rather than me reading it out, how about you?
So that is just to move the plan for exhibition with these minor changes to it. Page 5, there is a bullet point regarding a city with a transport network where sustainable options are the preferred choice, which has a car as an image. I would propose we change that to a bus. I just think that's more representative of what we're doing there.
I actually don't see Councillor Nielsen. Please continue.
Regarding page 22, where we reference environment, that is just to change that principle in line with advice from the General Manager. We were intending to put a second line there, but we've just put that as one line, which now says improve the natural and urban environment by ensuring new developments and economic and social initiatives enhance the local ecology and aim to reduce and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Just recognising that climate change exists and putting that in that policy.
Just to confirm, that is at the point where it says page 22?
Page 22.
Okay, so Mr Kelly, just to be clear, that is actually different?
Sorry, yeah, I've just sent a new one. Sorry, David. It should be the most recent one from...
That's fine. Councillor Chappell, if you could please continue.
On page 22 as well, under the bullet point that refers to partner, I would propose we amend the wording from our Indigenous custodians to traditional owners and Aboriginal communities to reflect current practice and preferred terminology. And then page 37, Environment Objective 1, we talk about native and Indigenous plantings. We propose that that be at least 60% rather than 60%, just because it would be very strange to stop at exactly 60%. And then page 40, Environment Outcome 3, I propose that we amend that to add an additional dot point which refers to the percentage of residents who have access to rooftop solar, with the target trend to be increasing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Veach is the seconder. Reserve your right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on it? Councillor Nielsen.
I just have a little suggestion on page 5 where you're suggesting we have a bus instead of a car, but remember buses have been reduced, so I was thinking, do you mind if we go for bus, car, bike? So it just means a little bit more. Okay, we have a bus carrying a car and a bike.
Okay. Sorry, thank you. Councillor Chappell.
Sorry, Councillor Nielsen, for context, I was putting the bus in there very intentionally because the buses are being removed.
Okay.
Point of order. So we really shouldn't be politicising this. That's really distasteful. I think that if we're going to promote Randwick, then it should be a promotion of Randwick, inclusive of community, and not politicise it. You want to change it to a bus because buses are changing.
So,
seriously.
Councillor Hamilton, just before you start, thank you. Points of order relate to the practice of this meeting, not the substantive debate. It's not a point of order. I think we can continue. Councillor Chappell, that's fine. General Manager, you were just gesturing for our attention.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for completeness, and I may not be reading it completely, but have we got a dot point in there that just states that all changes made to economic development strategy be incorporated in the CSP? If not, can I suggest that we put one in here just so that as we're dealing with the CSP, that on the paper we're reflecting that there are going to be changes made as a result of the economic development change.
Thank you, General Manager. I've got the Deputy Mayor gesturing yes, that she accepts that, and we'll incorporate that into what she is moving. I have Councillor Hay gesturing. Is there anyone else just before so I can get a speaking list, or is it just Councillor Hay? Okay, thank you. Councillor Hay, all you.
I'd like to move an amendment that we change the picture from what was originally proposed to be a car and proposed to be a bus, that we change it to the light rail, and that we find a place in the report to recommend the light rail as a great way to visit Randwick Council and to help support businesses and to see something at Randwick Racecourse or support a local business in Kensington, Kingsford or Randwick.
To Councillor Hay, and I apologise if any offence is taken, I'm not a very good judge of your sense of humour. Is that a joke, or are you seriously proposing to move that? I'm not sure. If you are serious, please proceed.
Perhaps I could work on the wording and find the exact place to include it. I'd like to edit to make it more succinct, but yes, I would like the light rail included as the primary transport option for and promoted as being part of our economic development strategy.
Thank you. I apologise, Councillor Hay, if that was if that came off as rude. That was not my intention.
Just
Councillor Chappell.
to that, can I briefly ask to the relevant council officer whether I did read the feedback that we got on submissions on this, and I don't recall that being a theme that went through many of them. Could we maybe get some information about the attitudes on that?
To the relevant officer. To whichever relevant officer would like to take the question. Madam General Manager.
I was going to say through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of City Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have to take that question on notice.
Thank you. Mr. Hay, do I have a seconder on the motion on the amendment? Councillor Hamilton? Are you speaking to the amendment? You're the seconder.
Yeah, I would just say that we're talking about environmentally friendly transport options, and of course the light rail is running all the way through, or not all the way through, but through major hubs through our city, and so it does make a lot of sense. If we're going to change the image, then why not make the image the light rail?
Sorry, just to clarify, I don't accept the amendment, and I'd also like to draw the council's attention to page 17 of the report, which talks about the results that we got from the consultation survey. You'll see point 4 relates to better public transport, which, sorry, Councillor Hamilton, I'm just...
So, Councillor Hamilton,
So
Councillor Chappell can be heard in
transport.
silence. Thank you.
So it specifically says residents talked about how they were worried about the buses going. I think it's important that we reflect in this report what the residents have actually said to us.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Burst with a hand up.
I'd like to actually propose an amendment that all of the points where impacts of climate change exist, that we change to the impacts of natural climate change, because that occurs every year, 4 times a year. It's called a season.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burst. I'll take that as a foreshadowed amendment. Councillor Hay has an amendment in front of us. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I can't support Councillor Hay's amendment I mean, we had debates about the light rail at every other meeting in the last term. The West Ward councillors have been kindly invited by the Mayor to attend a meeting with Doncaster Avenue residents, along with a representative of Transport for New South Wales. That meeting is about the ongoing impacts of the light rail stabling yard, for which these many residents are still suffering ongoing impacts. The residents of West Ward suffered a lot through that construction, and many are still affected by the operation because, unfortunately, Transport for New South Wales has not provided the requested mitigation. So it may be a little bit of a controversial topic, so I can't support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. There being no further speakers on the amendment, I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? This is the amendment as moved by Councillor Hay to insert an image of the light rail and encourage people to catch it. Okay. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Thank you. Councillor Burst, you foreshadowed that you were going to move an amendment striking out mentions of man-made climate change and replacing it with natural climate change.
Is to change the impact of climate change to the impact of natural climate change.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor D'Souza. Okay, Councillor Burst, do you wish to talk on it?
I'll reserve the right to speak later.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor D'Souza. Okay, there being no further speakers. Okay, excellent. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that lost. Okay, thank you. We now return to the debate on the motion as amended. Can the mover of it please, do they seek to close the debate or have they finished?
I'm done.
Excellent, thank you. All those in favour of the CSP as amended, say aye. All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. I think Councillor Veach seconded it. Thank you, Councillor Veach. Thank you. Okay, that's definitely my recollection. GM5/22 Draft 2022 Delivery Program and Operational Program, challenged by Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to make one small amendment. Let me get to my page. And it's on the executive summary, and it is just in relation to the reference to Maroubra Surf Club. So point 2, in the executive summary on page 43, some of the many activities planned, and the first point states completion of the new state-of-the-art Heffron Centre, and so what we're talking about is 22-23, and we know that earlier tonight I should say, we voted for the Maroubra Surf Club funding strategy and the knockdown rebuild. But point 2 states planning and commencement of works, and I just think that it makes more sense to amend it to planning and remove and commencement, leave of works to the Maroubra Surf Club. So it's a minor change, but it really does clarify that within this particular operational plan, with regards to the Maroubra Surf Club, it is planning of works, and then the commencement comes after. So we will vote on subsequent operational plans, as we do as council staff, councillors, and so it will come back, and that's when it will move from a planning stage to a commencement stage and to a completion stage.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Sorry, are you going to second it, Councillor Veach? I just can't hear you.
I was going to move an amendment, but I'm happy for Councillor Burst to second.
Okay, moved Councillor Hamilton, seconded Councillor Burst. Councillor Veach, would you like to move an amendment?
Yes, I've circulated, I've emailed these to Mr Kelly. Sorry? Can I go through them quickly?
Yes, you can go through them
Is
and
that
then you
okay?
can determine whether or not you'll accept them.
Yeah, okay. So one is, the first dot point is in this document here on page 38, CSB Objective A1, and it's just it's in line with what we put in the Community Strategic Plan, increase by at least 60% the number of native and Indigenous plantings. A1, it's just this little part up here on the top left, the objective by at least. So that's a very simple amendment. The other dot point is in the recommendation on page 44. It's an additional dot point, but it relates to, again, this attachment A, the main body of the budget, on page 157, actually to 159, and that's simply to itemise the expenditure, the proposed budget for these items. So to itemise the budgets for those individual items. A further dot point to the recommendation in the business papers is to actually include the itemised draft events and general community budgets to be viewed. This doesn't include the community investment stream, but simply those events and community budgets that we see in our councillor budget briefings. We get lots of detail about sort of infrastructure and capital works, but I think our community is also interested to see what we're spending on these other community and cultural events. And the dot point after that relates to... sorry.
Councillor Veitch, is this the long-term financial plan item?
No, I'm not quite there
sorry.
yet. No.
Yep, please continue. Please continue.
This is still just the main body. I've tried to... I know it's difficult to follow, so I've tried to put the references and just explain where they are. We then go to page 70 again of attachment A, which is to remove the reference to the support for additional synthetic fields, which is on this top left-hand side of page 70. There, A 20.5, so to delete that. And then the final one is in attachment 3, which is the long-term financial plan.
Sorry, Councillor Veitch.
Yes.
I've just been advised that the long-term financial plan attachment 3 is actually dealt with under GM6/22, which is the draft resourcing strategy.
That's what I had it in originally.
Yep.
And then
Okay.
I got
We've actually...
we had so many attachments. I originally had it under that.
Okay.
I'm happy to remove that and put that under the resourcing strategy. Can we bring that up? I know it's been...
yeah. So what I'm going to do is we're going to continue the debate on the other ones.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get some advice while we do that. We've actually moved the LTFP as an attachment in the unchallenged items. But if we continue the debate, I'll come back to you with an answer on that if that's okay, just in terms of options.
I originally had it under that, but
okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Can I make one further suggestion, just for the the speed of the meeting? Mr. Kelly, could we just scroll up, please? If that's all right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Veitch, could I suggest to you that you move 1, 2, and 3 of those bullet points together in Globo, and that you do 4 separately, so we can deal with the 3 items at once, and then we can move the 4th one separately.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I'd be looking to ask if the mover and seconder would support those first 3, or the mayor. Sorry, I'll defer to the mayor.
Yes, and thanks, Mr. Mayor, for suggesting that we move the first 3. yes, I think that they would easily be able to be absorbed into the original motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Veitch, would you now like to move the P70, delete additional synthetic fields? Do you have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Chappell. Are there any speakers on it?
I'll speak very briefly. Synthetic field, we do have a great number now of synthetic fields. I see the one, I visit Pioneers Park a bit, walking around Malabar Headland. What you'll see if you go to visit there is that while the new synthetic field is high and dry, the two fields on either side are in a complete bog, and half of them are completely unusable because the water down there has not been able to drain away. They have not constructed a drainage system that is allowing the other water to flow away. So actually the costs to resolve that problem are going to be really substantial. There are massive sinkholes, for example, along the pathway. They get filled in and then they reappear again. They're completely undermining the footpath along the side of the headland. Go and have a look. See the drain, see what has happened to those other two fields. So you might get one new field, but you wipe out two others. It's there's going to be significant remediation involved to fix those other fields to deal with the water. So we know the microplastic waste that's created. We know the urban heat effect. We can create beautiful natural turf lawns that will increase usage for the various football codes that need to use them and allow for that additional use. We don't need to build or install more synthetic fields. Thank you.
Councillor Chappell.
Just very briefly to this specific deletion, I sought to move at the last meeting that we did a study into synthetic fields and what our current usages was and the impacts of the synthetics, and that was refused at that stage. So for consistency's sake, we should also refuse to have this measure in here. And I also note, again, what this does is it considers synthetic fields and it quadruple bottom lines them and whatever, but it doesn't actually consider them against the legitimate alternatives like natural turf fields. So again, we're privileging one industry with very well-paid lobbyists and not actually considering what's going to be best for our communities. I just don't think we need this. I think we can trust our council teams to investigate what's going to be the most appropriate options without privileging synthetics in this weird way.
Councillor Luxon.
Just before I speak, just a question to the relevant officer. Down at Pioneers Park, is it the synthetic field that is actually causing the issues of the water and drainage, etc., or whatever? I went there the other night and it was soggy too. Or is it another issue separately, and can it be remediated, and is it going to be a ginormous cost?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I confirm that the water issues at Pioneer Park have no relevance to the synthetic field construction, and the remediation is not extensive. We just can't do it until the growing season returns for grass.
Thank you. Councillor Luxon.
Okay. I cannot support the removal of the synthetic fields or this amendment. The synthetic fields are crucial to our outdoor space policy, and they give us 24/7 use of fields, and they also supply great income to the council so that we are able to use that money on other things. So I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the amendment? Okay, there being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that lost. Okay, thank you. Before I put the motion, I might just suggest to the mover of the motion, which is Councillor Hamilton, that she incorporated an additional dot point that changes made in the adoption of the community strategic plan be incorporated in the delivery program and operational plan. That is a suggestion, just a catch-all for completeness from the General Manager.
Yes, I'll accept that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Just for Mr. Kelly, that changes made in the adoption of the community strategic plan be incorporated into the delivery program and the operational plan. Beg your pardon?
I'll second that.
That changes, sorry, Mr. McNiven, could you just clarify that? I'm just working off what I'm provided.
So at the moment we're talking about the delivery programme, so we're making sure it lines up with the CSP.
Yep. That changes made to the delivery program be incorporated into the CSP.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, what the suggestion here is in relation to the changes that were made in the last report flowing through into the delivery program. So it's the changes that were made in the community strategic plan in regards to things like objectives for economic development strategy, be then flowing down into the delivery program.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I'll accept that.
Thank you. I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. I think you'll be right. Just in relation to the previous item which was mentioned by Councillor Veach, in line with the Code of Meeting Practice for 17 point, in line with the Code of Meeting Practice at point 17.5, relating to recommitting resolutions to correct an error, I'm of the strong view that that the draft resourcing strategy was moved in error and therefore falls under this particular section of the Code of Meeting Practice. Could I please have a motion from Councillor Veach to recommit GM6/22, and I will grant leave in order to do so.
Thank you. Would I be able to ask through you to the General Manager or relevant council officer the appropriate wording for that?
Thank you. Madam General Manager.
The appropriate wording for the motion to recommit?
To recommit the motion. Thank you. The report, the
yes.
item. Thank you.
So, sorry, can you just turn your microphone off, please, Councillor Veach? Through you, Mr. Mayor, the relevant wording would be that Council recommit GM 6/22 for consideration for reconsideration and generally as part of that recommittal, councillor, you would then move your motion. So the procedural motion would be that you would recommit it for consideration of amendments that were in error brought forward in a previous report. So sorry to the wording, I'm not being very clear, but that council recommit GM 6/22 for reconsideration due to the motion being put forward in error through GM 5/22.
Thank you. Councillor Veach, are you happy to move that?
Yes, and I appreciate the assistance of the Mayor and General Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. I grant leave for you in order to move it. All those in favour of the procedural motion to recommit? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Veach, could you please clarify to the meeting what it is that you're moving?
Thank you, and I don't know if Mr Kelly still has access to the amendments to the draft operational plan and budget, which is where I sent through the amendment. I did originally have it under the resourcing strategy and then got a little bit mixed up.
A little bit further. There you go. All right. Thank you, Mr Kelly. Councillor Veach, could you please move and talk to your amendment? Sorry, to your motion.
Thank you very much. Councillors, in our own very business papers, we've already seen the effects of climate change. So you'll see that in our capital works transfer, there's a long section that refers to weather and the impacts that's had on our ability to deliver our capital works program because of the massive increase in rainfall. And to quote the author, climate change continues to influence Australian and global climate. Australia's climate has warmed by around 1.47 degrees Celsius for the 1910 to 2020 period. 1.47. This is in our very own business papers. That particular reference is on page 270 of the business papers under the Capital Works Reserve transfer. We are already having to transfer, you will see the list of works in progress, dozens and dozens of works in progress, many of which that were not able to be completed because of the effects of climate change. I'll argue that this is not just weather, this is human-caused climate change. It is not natural to get to 1.47 degrees. This has happened for a reason, and there are literally hundreds of thousands of scientific peer-reviewed reports to verify that. So going to the long-term financial plan, which is this document here. I know we've got a lot of documents. On page 27 through to 32, the amendment is asking, and it's not up here anymore.
Mr Kelly.
Sorry for causing confusion. I was just making reference to the other report. There we go. Thank you very much. I'm asking that, the amendment is requesting that Council Office scope the impacts of climate change on their financial assumptions and risk assessment with a view to including as a line item in those sections. This is what councils are starting to have to do. This is what businesses are starting to have to do. We cannot ignore the effects of climate change. Projects including the Heffron Centre have been significantly delayed because of the rain. The weather is very unpredictable. We know in the Northern Hemisphere, things like the Gulf Stream are wildly changing now, significantly impacting weather systems in the Northern Hemisphere. And it's quite likely that in the Southern Hemisphere, those same changes are affecting some of the patterns that affect us most closely, which is the El Niño and La Niña cycle. So that's what this amendment is. We're going to have to start doing this at some point. We'll actually, quite literally, we do have a duty of care to look into these things, and I'll ask that you support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Olive. Okay, do I have any speakers? There being no speakers, I have a question through to the relevant officer. Could you please Madam General Manager, please speak to what your interpretation of the sentence, scope the impacts of climate change on the financial assumptions with a view to include this as a line item in page 28, 29 of the financial assumptions and page 30 to 32 risk assessment. Could you please just talk us through, in your understanding, what that would actually entail and whether or not that is possible in your professional opinion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the two very separate issues. The financial assumptions table that's included in the long-term financial plan has percentage increases for the 10-year period for things like CPI, wages, indexing and the likes. I'm not sure that it would be possible to put a line item in there in relation to an increased cost to do with climate change. The cost of climate change, I guess, comes through in things like CPI, in things like insurance increases and the like. So it really should be, to the best of council officers' ability, it should be incorporated in the assumptions that are already there. What's probably more relevant is the risk assessment table. And I do agree that whilst it hasn't made an appearance in a lot of local government long-term financial plans, it is very relevant as a risk, as a financial risk, because the climate change impacts include things like whether they be direct natural disasters and the likes, or indirect through whether it be increases in insurance, increases in the cost of buildings, things like that. So definitely from a risk assessment perspective, I think we should include it, or we could include it in the table. But I'm not sure that the having a line item for specific climate change cost increase is achievable.
While it's something I want to look to in this term, I would be happy in this short term, given this is about to go on exhibition, to remove the reference to the financial assumptions, but keep the reference to risk assessment if the General Manager felt that was achievable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the table in relation to financial risks, it's a relative, it's a risk assessment and then a relatively short summary in regards to the risk and what sort of mitigation or what we're doing in order to mitigate that. So I do think it's achievable to put that table in before we put it in exhibition for risk assessment.
Thank you. So I'll remove the reference to the financial assumptions, but keep the reference to risk assessment, which is on, if you need the page numbers, it's 31 to 32. 30 to 32. 30 to 32.
Thank you. I'm assuming Councillor Olive accepts that as a seconder. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Veitch. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, Councillor Veitch, don't need to close the debate, although, great. So the recommendation as moved by Councillor Veitch, seconded by Councillor Olive. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, that is now GM 6/22 completed. We now move to CS 14/22, submission on IPART's review of domestic waste management charges. Moved Councillor Veitch.
Thank you. Sorry, what was the number again?
CS 14/22, submission on... sorry, Councillor Luxford is correct. I have misread my business paper. I'm wrong, Councillor Veitch. I apologise. It's been a long evening. We are now moving to CP 17/22, Sydney Street Parties, Coogee and the Spot, challenged by Councillor Luxford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move as per the recommendation. However, I would like it noted that I'm extremely disappointed that the government is, insisting that we spend the money in areas that are already doing okay and not being able to use this to assist other areas in our city that need more of a boost than perhaps the Spot and Coogee. I mean, you know, we're grateful for the help that we are getting. However, having visited the City of Sydney street closures and experiencing what had happened there, the streets were closed, the buses were diverted, there was no hoo-ha, you know, telling us stories about, oh, we can't do this and we can't do that. It happened through several suburbs throughout the City of Sydney, and it would have been really nice had we have been able to do that for some of our suburbs that need the help and need a little bit of a boost, to give a boost to those residents in those areas. I mean, we go to the Spot thriving. I was there last week, could barely get a table in the restaurant, so I think they're not doing too badly. And Coogee, well, yesterday was pumping, couldn't even, you know, get a seat in a coffee shop, and I was quite surprised that some places didn't even open, which, you know, they were a bit silly not to capitalise on 6,000 people influxed to their area. So, you know, it's just wanting to express my disappointment that the money we are not able to spend the money in areas that need it more.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Said. Okay.
I would just say that, as seconder, I would just say it's great to get some grant money, and this is a great thing for the council.
Thank you, Councillor Said. Councillor Pandolfini.
I just want to say, yeah, I think it is. I also think it's a great thing to do, and I appreciate the staff putting together the application. But I also do agree that it would be good to see in the areas where it's more needed. And from my perspective, what we need to do to ensure that this happens is that more events are done in those areas, documented beautifully, so that you can then present them back to the government and say, look, this is easy to do, this is, you know, so potentially that's what we need to work on, having other events in those areas and making sure that the events are documented and celebrated.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, Councillor Luxford, I take it you don't need to close the debate? Sorry, before, there's a hand up from Councillor Hay.
Can I move amendment as point C, that in addition to all of this, that we prepare a draft report for the so that we can do a street party in a number of additional suburbs, for Kensington, Kingsford, Maroubra, Matraville, and so that they are, that's what I'm looking for, so that we could potentially hold a street party there in a future year.
Thank you, Councillor Hay. Councillor Luxford, do you accept that amendment?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the gist of that amendment is. I mean, this is kind of through the grant, so
Could I make a suggestion to Councillor Hay?
it would be a separate motion.
Can I just make a suggestion that he insert the word following the street party?
I accept that.
Yep, so that we see how it goes, we consider it, and then a report comes following as to whether or not we roll out this concept independently. Yep, thank you. Councillor Luxford, do you accept that?
Yep.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We now turn to CS 14/22, submission on IPART's review of the domestic waste management charges, moved by Councillor Veitch.
Yes, and this is going to have a small amendment as well. I support the submission, but I noticed on page 169 in the third paragraph that there is a reference to supporting waste to energy incinerators. And so even though this is an SS Rock submission, I wanted to note Randwick Council's opposition to these incinerators and that they consider removing. I've sent through the item to Mr. Kelly, I think. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah,
yes, I did. It's there, that's good. So notes Randwick Council's opposition to waste to energy incinerators and recommend that SS Rock omit references in support of them in its submission.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Chappell. Okay. Is there any debate? Excellent. No debate. Councillor Veitch, don't need to close. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We now move to CO 13/22, delegations of authority challenged by Councillor Olive.
Yes, I'd like to propose that we postpone this decision, that we have a year to do it in, and for councillors to have a briefing on the General Manager's current areas of responsibility under delegated authority. There obviously, this worked well, in the last period of council, but there are a lot of new councillors here that, including myself, that don't really understand, the totality of this delegated authority. And as we are responsible in some way, it behoves us to inquire and find out more about the breadth of these responsibilities. In the lead up to this meeting, there was discussion about a whole range of areas, including tendering, financial delegations, leasing, licensing, electricity contracts, which I think that it will be good for new councillors in particular, but maybe even existing councillors to acquaint themselves with. We were informed that the delegations were not itemised because they were responsibilities in the negative. Therefore, the things that are in the business papers at the moment are the things, it's all the other things that are not there, which are the delegated authority to the General Manager. And I think that we can just come back and authorise the delegations I've suggested in the July meeting. But in the meantime, just to have a thorough briefing on what these delegated authority roles are. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? The seconder. Seconded by Councillor Said. Okay. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, I will now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay. We now move to notices of motion. NM 26/22, notice of motion from Councillor D'Souza, pedestrian safety on the corner of Fitzgerald and Walsh Avenues, Maroubra. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by, I saw Councillor Rosenfeld first, seconded by Councillor Rosenfeld.
Mr. Mayor, there should be little need to talk on this, so I'm happy to put it the way it is. It's all about pedestrian safety, investigation and a report, and then we can make a decision, or the traffic committee can make a decision on the matter. So I'm happy to put it, if you wish.
Councillor Rosenfeld. Councillor D'Souza, can you please turn your microphone off?
Yes, I'm very happy to second this because it's someone who lives very close to this particular intersection and knows a lot of other members of the community that lives very close to this intersection. It is very tricky in terms of both pedestrians and motorists on the corner of Walsh and Fitzgerald Avenue. And even before I became a council, I've always thought that action needs to be taken in this area. So when I did see the motion from Councillor De Souza in the business paper, I was quite glad and very happy to second it. Thanks.
Councillor Nielsen? No. There being no further speakers, okay, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, NM 27/22, notice motion from Councillor Burst, new zebra crossing on Anzac Parade. Councillor Burst?
I'd like to, this motion in an amended form. So if you could just look at the screens, please, rather than what's in your book. I suppose I need a seconder, don't I?
Seconded. Can I just confirm that the councillors over there can actually see the screen on the television in front of them? They can? Yep, no, that's fine. Okay. Councillor Burst, do you wish to speak to it?
I will briefly. The amendment is that the Traffic Committee investigate the zebra crossing or a similar safety option at Anzac Parade and just south of Gurawal Avenue at La Perouse. There is a picture for everybody to look at. So anybody that's familiar with the area will know that from Foreshore Road, Botany Road, all the way through to this spot, on the western side of the road is actually double width. So it's the footpath is actually double width. It's almost the width of a full road lane, and it's split for a share bike lane and walkers and runners transport. At this point, what happens is that the footpath goes back to a single point. So I've seen on numerous occasions over the last 20 years where the bike riders and their families and walkers come down to this point and then cross over to the eastern side at that point and then continue on down to La Perouse. So at that, I've seen many times where there's been near misses, and several community members many community members have actually come to me and asked if I could put forward that we look at some sort of safe crossing area in this point. So I'm basically looking that the Traffic Committee have a look at it. A zebra crossing would probably be appropriate, but maybe there's some other options. And also with, obviously the signage, it will cause a natural calming effect on cars coming down Anzac Parade into La Perouse, because they generally come down there fairly quickly. It's a 50 zone at that point, at the intersection before that. So once they see a foot crossing and some foot crossing signs, that should then encourage them to slow down in either direction. So that's all I want to say. I think it'll be a safety initiative for our community, for our walkers, but also our bike riders. And we're talking the family bike riders. So mainly the people that ride on these footpaths are not the Lycra riders, but they're the father with his two kids and his wife cycling up and down. They go past our place a lot in that area. And so I think to make that area safer, it would be simply a case of putting a zebra crossing there, 4 signs, and we can all move on. I'm sure the Traffic Committee would look upon it favourably, but they may have a better option. But I think we need to do something there to preserve our residents and safety. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, sorry, I'm laughing, but it's not at your motion, I'm laughing at,
I fail to know my colleague's name.
to distinguish blonde and brunette, whatever. Okay, so I'm just wondering whether the motion should be reworded. It's not the substance of the motion, but just following on the wording that was in the motion before, so that council investigate a zebra crossing or similar safety option being installed on Anzac Parade just south of Gurawal Avenue, La Perouse, with a report to be considered by the Randwick Traffic Committee. He's already amended it. I know he has already amended it, but I'm just wondering whether you would be okay amending it to that form. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Yep, thank you. Yeah. Councillor De Souza, do you need to second it, or you're fine? Second it? No? Okay. No, Councillor De Souza seconding it. He doesn't need to speak on it. There being no further speakers. Okay. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Declare that carried. Okay, we are now moving to notice of motion from Councillor Olive, installation of electric vehicle charging stations. Councillor Olive.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. David Kelly, if you could bring up the amended version of NM 2822 that I sent, that would be great, please. I did make some changes because events overtake, just to the background particularly, but also, you know, sort of to point 3, I just added a small amount. The way that events overtook is that Randwick Council now does have one fast charging station at Royal Randwick Shopping Centre. So, so this is, you know, sort of something I think that to be celebrated. I mean, just in for transparency, I'll say that our family own an electric vehicle, so you know, sort of so have a keen interest in that. What does the kilowattage mean? It means, you know, the speed at which you can charge your vehicle. And so a 50 kilowatt charging station can charge a vehicle at twice the speed of a 25 kilowatt charging station, and about 7 times faster than a 7 kilowatt charging station. So this is all incentive to use particular outlets for electric vehicle owners. In order to for Randwick to be attracted, or for Randwick to, you know, sort of give an incentive to people who are thinking of buying electric vehicles over a fossil fuel vehicle, this is the kind of infrastructure that's needed. It's also something that tourists look at when they decide whether they're going to come to an area or not, or go to another area, whether they've got, you know, sort of an electric vehicle charging station handy that they can use and get in and out quickly. It's for council to be looking at this kind of thing. It's important because it's a competitive space as well. It's competitive in terms of price of kilowattage, and it's important in terms of speed of charging. And there are a number of private suppliers out there, but to keep competition up so that there is an incentive for all providers of electric vehicle stations to provide faster charging stations and also at lower cost. It requires having more electric vehicle chargers available from different organisations. Now, council, as part of its integrated transport plan, is committed to providing 5 electric vehicle charging stations each year. But as to, you know, sort of the power of those charging stations, it's not exactly clear at the moment. So I'm asking for an investigation of the installation of at least 1 electric vehicle charging station from council, and also a report to follow that up later on. We've also had, you know, sort of contact with residents who live in apartments, and who are finding it difficult and confusing to know how they can get into electrical vehicle charging stations within their apartments and how to retrofit them. And there are all sorts of complications in terms of technical, how do you fit, legal, how do you deal with body corporates, and also financial information, how do you go about financing these things. And so I also ask for council to investigate strategies to assist or provide information to residents wanting to install electrical vehicle charging stations, and to bring back a report on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Said as the seconder. Councillor Said.
Can I As seconder, I'd just like to ask a question as well. As in the report, we are committed to bringing 5 EV charging stations. Is there a massive cost to the relevant officer that we can't just do those as fast chargers? Is it a question of cost, or is there, what's the impost of not just going straight out into fast chargers?
Through to the relevant officer.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm belief that the fast charging stations may be near double the cost of normal charging stations, so it's something we'd have to look further into.
But I suppose on a sliding scale of economics, if they're fast charging, there's more people going to get charged and we can actually charge more money. I suppose we'll make more out of it than... It's actually, what is the length of time to fill up at a current one? You know, say the one like at Des Redford that we have. Anyone know?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. We'll take that on notice.
Because what I'd like to do, if the motion is to investigate changing them to all fast charging, rather than just having one. Part of it, if you don't mind, is to say the investigation is to change our commitment to EV charging stations to fast charging stations. If that's okay with you.
Mr. Olive, I've just got the General Manager with a hand up, just provide some advice.
Sorry, I was just going to suggest... Sorry, can you just turn your microphone?
Councillor Olive, can you turn your microphone off?
Thanks, Councillor Olive. No, I was just going to suggest, given that Councillor Olive has called for a report, that once Council has a report which includes the costs of the faster charging, that might be at an appropriate time to then further make amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Haig.
I have a question from Councillor Olive. Is there a specific design of 50-watt fast charger that you're looking at? Because certain models are designed, like, it doesn't necessarily charge one car extra fast. You can charge multiple cars off the one point. If you could provide some clarity around the exact model that you were thinking of.
I think that there's not a standardisation in electric vehicle charging stations, but 50 kilowatt charging stations, sort of have generally 2 different bowsers, if you like, and they are able to cater for a large number of existing electric vehicles. The slower type, the McKenna's 2 ones, you have to bring your own lead and put it in, sort of to make it work, so you carry that around. But if your question is, sort of, does that suit a lot of cars? It does. There are charging stations that are now 350 kilowatts, sort of, which is, 7 times faster than the fast charging station, but they don't suit all cars. But that shows how the technology is changing. So I'm saying, yes, that's why I want to report.
Thank you. There being no further debate.
I was just going to...
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Burst, then Councillor Rosenfeld.
We've got to be careful what we wish for. Putting charging stations into apartment blocks, it's going to affect every renter out there, and it's going to affect every owner of a business of a unit out there. So there's going to be a cost to putting those charging stations in. So it's going to be passed on as increased rents to those renters. So we've got to be mindful of that and what we wish
So,
for.
Councillor Burst, I have a point of order. All I would ask is that from Councillor Veach that it is in fact a point of order and not just a general point.
That dot point does not ask that we impose electric vehicle chargers in private residential apartments. We've had requests for assistance to find information, which is exactly what it says. I would ask, through the Mayor, that the councillor actually addresses the substance of the motion and not make up imaginary things in his head.
I think there's nothing imaginary.
Hold on. I don't believe that is a point of order. Please continue, Councillor Burst.
It's not an imaginary thing. It's a cost, and someone's got to pay for it.
The councillor will be heard in silence.
So all I'm saying is there is a cost if you have a charging station in an apartment block. So somebody's got to pay for that. That's all I want to say.
Councillor Burst has now taken a seat. I've repeatedly told councillors don't to interrupt while speaking, regardless of your views on what the content is. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Rosenfeld and then Councillor Olive to close the debate.
Yeah, mine is just a question to the relevant officer. Has there been any consideration given to tendering out to private companies to build and run these stations? Because I think that might be more efficient, in my personal opinion, in the long run, if they're tendered out to private operators and the council gets basically a good financial hit a financial win, I should say, at the beginning.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the strategic approach, the procurement strategy has not yet been determined.
Thank you. Councillor Olive, to close the debate if you feel the need to do so.
Okay, well, I won't.
Not wanting to interfere in the debate too much. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor Olive. We now move to NM 29/22 from Councillor Chappell, supporting solar in new builds. Move Councillor Chappell. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pandolfini. Councillor Chappell, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just quite a simple motion seeking a report from Council on what we can do to require installation of solar on all new developments that are currently going up, new residential developments, and on any building works where they're adding a storey or doing significant alterations for a roof. The rationale here is just that we have a large amount of existing housing stock that we're going to need to retrofit for solar and batteries, so we should be ensuring as far as possible that our new housing stock is able to have that stuff installed. It's obviously cheaper to install it at the time of construction. You're already there on the roof. This doesn't seek to prescribe a specific way of doing it, to punish anybody for not having it. I think we may even end up finding out that it's not necessarily possible to require it on all new builds, but that we can do things to encourage, support. We may be able to amend the DCP on this. Again, I don't seek in this motion to prescribe the outcome of the report from the council officers. I think one thing that should be on the table in looking at this is the option to remove DA costs for solar panels, if that hasn't already been done, and not include the cost of solar installations as part of the value in considering the value of any renovation, just to encourage them to go up as part of it. It also allows more appropriate focus of council resources on things like retrofitting, on supporting renters to get solar in, and supporting apartment dwellers to get solar in. We do have really great support programs in place, and it'd be great to be able to support the existing housing stock and not constantly be adding new houses that should have solar on them.
Councillor Pandolfini is the seconder. Excellent. Councillor Rosenfeld.
Okay, I oppose this as I believe it will make it unattractive to build in our LGA and could have a detrimental impact on local real estate prices as these requirements are not in place in other LGAs. A lot of people buy older houses to knock down and rebuild. They will simply go elsewhere. Note that there are a lot of families looking to put another level on their houses, whether freestanding or semi-detached, and this will increase the costs unfairly. I agree that solar panels should be encouraged, however, making it mandatory is not necessary. As far as battery requirements are concerned, Choice magazine states the following: for most homes, we think a battery doesn't make complete economic sense yet. Batteries are still relatively expensive and the payback time will often be longer than the warranty period, typically 10 years of the battery.
Thank you. There being no further speak. Councillor Burst.
I think it's pretty simple. Let the market look after itself. Market forces will dictate it anyway. People will make a decision based on a financial basis and what's right. So solar panels are good if you put them on certain houses. I, for one, couldn't put them on my house now because I'd need to replace my roof. That'd be a 30 grand cost. So a 30 grand cost to save X amount a year. It's a long return on investment. So let the market decide.
Councillor Chappell to close the debate.
Thanks, councillors, for those contributions. Just to be clear, I'm not seeking to impose anything here. This is merely seeking a report from council officers. I think we should also note that solar panels on your property do increase your property value overall, so they do tend to be a fairly sensible investment. We also see in areas across Sydney that the places that have the most solar panels tend to be the richer areas, and one thing council can be doing when we're looking to do something like this is making sure that everybody's got kind of access to this stuff by making it a standard part of our housing stock.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I'll now put it. All those in favour? All those against? I'm going to declare that carried.
Division?
All right. Mr. Kelly? Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Against.
Councillor Pandafini?
For.
Councillor Nielsen?
For.
Councillor Veach?
For.
Councillor Hay?
Against.
Councillor Luxford?
For.
Councillor Chappell?
For.
Councillor Rosenfeld?
Against.
Councillor Olive?
For.
Councillor McCafferty?
Against.
Councillor Wilson?
For.
Councillor Said?
Against.
Councillor Burst?
Against.
Councillor D'Souza?
For.
And the Mayor is for. I declare that carried. Thank you. And we've already dealt with NM 30/22. Before we move into a closed session, what I would just like to do is just to congratulate the staff on the amount of work that has gone into all of the strategic plans, the community strategic plan, as well as the operational plan and budget, the long-term financial plan and the resourcing strategies. I know that there has been considerable amount of work over a very large period of time, and I'd just like to, on behalf of all of the councillors, congratulate the staff on that, but also councillors and actually nailing that for a new term. We have dealt with a lot of very large documents and it is just April, so well done. Thank you. I now go to CP 21/22 confidential Telstra payphone upgrades. We'll just wait until we shut the doors, not that I think anyone is there.